Morning, members. Please be seated. Good morning, all, and welcome to today's full council meeting. And I want to start today by wishing you all a happy and healthy 2025. Agenda item number 1, prayers. I would like to thank Councillor Tilby for agreeing to lead us in prayers today. Councillor Tilby.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Before we start our prayers and intercessions this morning, I'd like to welcome all members, those attending Council Day remotely or here in the chamber. Let's take a few minutes to bring God's presence to us and all those matters on our minds and in our hearts this morning. Gracious God, we give thanks to those who are our servants in public life. We pray for His Majesty, the King Charles, and the royal family, for the Prime Minister and all those who serve our communities at government level and here in Truro, serving Cornwall Council. For the whole of our communities living in a wonderful world, the Royal Duchy. We give thanks for the safety and protection of all our families' lives, our homes and our communities. We pray for all those who are struggling with debt, mental and general health conditions, and for those relationships that are breaking down under today's life pressures. For those dear children in need of special needs education, our NHS staff, Devon and Cornwall Police, and our local firefighters. Lord, in the storm of life, hear us as we seek your guidance and love. Lord, in your mercy, help us as we pray. Almighty God, please help this council today in all our deliberations and present in the exercising of political power by cleansing all tendencies of self-interest and inspire the ideal of serving others, that all tactics used be tempered, compassion, and a decision informed by wisdom. We thank you, Lord, our God, to give us all the strength and fortitude in the works of this council gathered here today. That any decisions taken, that we all may be refreshed and able to renew our love for one another and to seek and support one another. And all that life and the work that make a council a wonderful place to live, and the work to make Cornwall a wonderful place to live and share our experience of our Royal Duchy. We acknowledge our responsibilities in today's deliberation, and dear Lord, we pray that you pour upon us all the conditional due of thy blessings of the Holy Spirit. That we all are in readiness to serve in all our respective communities. Merciful Father, accept these prayers, O Lord, for the honour of our advocate and mediator, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Councillor Tilby. Agenda item number 2, apologies for absence. Members, first of all, you will notice that I am not Councillor Giles. The chairman, Councillor Giles, is unwell today, so will not be with us. So she is very much top of the list of apologies. As Vice Chairman, I am assuming the role of Chairman today, and I have to admit, despite the unfortunate circumstances, it is a proud day for me, and I am supported today by Councillor Wells, who is stepping in again for us. Councillor Wells, thank you, but I'm sure we all send our very best wishes to Councillor Giles for a speedy recovery. I'm sure she is listening in on the webcast this morning. I've been notified of the following other apologies for absence: Councillors Keeling, Toms, Ver for late arrival, McKenna for late arrival, George for late arrival, and White for early departure. Do we have any more apologies, please? Councillor Nolan.
Councillor Pete Mitchell.
Thank you. Councillor Martin. Thank you very much. Councillor Fairman.
Yeah, Councillor Parsons going to be a late arrival.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rich.
Councillor Andrew Mitchell, late arrival.
Thank you very much. Councillor Candy. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 3, declarations of interest. In accordance with the Constitution, I will now take declarations of interest from any members for any items on the agenda. Will all members please indicate any items in which they have interests and the nature of those interests. If you are aware that you have a disclosable pecuniary interest or a non-registrable interest in any matter being considered on the agenda, you must disclose it, whether or not you have already entered it in the register. And linked to 9.2, the monitoring officer has confirmed to me this morning that you do not need to declare an interest if you are a member of the National Trust. Any interests, please? No interest. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 4, Chairman's announcements. On behalf of the Chairman, I would like to welcome members back to full council after the festive break. And the Chairman and I look forward to working with you for the remainder of the administration in 2025. Congratulations to those residents in Cornwall who received national honours in the New Year's Honours List. An OBE has been awarded to Dean Ashton of St Austell for services to education. 4 MBEs have been awarded to Geoffrey Greaves of Red Roof for services to the cinema sector, Leslie Lippert of Rosudgeon for services to the Jewish community in Cornwall, Barbara Sharples of Talon Bay for services to charity in Cornwall, Dr. Malcolm Tozer of Port Scatho for services to physical education and sports, and 5 BEMs were awarded to Jeremy Brown of St Mary's for services to arts and culture on the Isles of Scilly, Sonia Klein of Parr for services to community development in Cornwall, Janet Elston of St Breward for services to young people and music, David Haynes of Loo, the RNLI, for services to marine safety, and Christopher Trewern of Ponsanooth for services to the community of Ponsanooth. The Chairman and I very much look forward to meeting them all at their investiture and to thank them for their dedicated services to the community of Cornwall. At the weekend, we held the Councillor Fair here at New County Hall for anyone thinking about standing as a Cornwall City, Town or Parish Councillor at the local elections on May the 1st this year. It was well attended with over 80 people in attendance. And I want to say a big and personal thank you to the staff who organised and supported the event and the information stands that were out on the long gallery. It was great to see such an interest in Cornwall's democracy. I wish to pay tribute to Sir Richard Carew Pole, who sadly passed away in December. Sir Richard was a Cornwall County Councillor from 1985 to 1993, representing the Rame electoral division. Sir Richard was well known across Cornwall with his contribution in establishing Tate St Ives, Eden Project, and involvement with the Royal Academy, National Heritage Lottery Fund, and the Royal Horticultural Society, as well as also serving as a Deputy Lieutenant and High Sheriff. I'd like to welcome Alice Gunn today, who joins us, who has now started in her new role as Chief Operating Officer and Section 151 Officer. Welcome to Cornwall Council, Alice. And lastly, and most importantly, can I just say how nice it is to see Councillor Kevin Towell back in the chamber with us this morning. I was going to say, can we give him a really big, warm welcome, but you beat me to it, members, so thank you. Agenda item number 5, Leaders' Announcement. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair. That's a nice phrase to hear, isn't it, Jordan? So, good morning, everyone. This promises to be an incredibly important year for us all, with May's elections obviously a focal point and the promise of clarity over the government plans for local government across the country going forwards. We have a motion submitted on that very issue for later today, and I'm going to be really interested to hear everyone's views on how we want to see Cornwall's devolution desires are going to be met going forwards. What we really need is clarity from Westminster, but that is something we've been sadly lacking in the recent months. As I raised at Cabinet last week, we have never been faced with a situation where the government has, without warning, left us with an unexpected 5.2 million hole in our budget just a couple of days before the Christmas break. We all know how difficult the budget process has been, and so having to find significant further savings has put us in a very difficult situation. Disappointingly, it has become clear that Cornwall is not on Westminster's priority list, and we will clearly have to fight harder than ever before for every penny going forwards. We have raised our concerns with this with Westminster, but sadly I do not hold much hope that they will listen. At the election, we were promised multi-year settlements. At present, we have last-minute cuts. This has to change, and change quickly. Moving on, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our new Chief Operating Officer and Section 151 Office, Alice Gunn, to Cornwall Council. Thank you. And I would also like to say a sad farewell to our outgoing Director of Public Health, Rachel Wigglesworth, who will be leaving us ahead of the next council meeting. I want to thank her for her work, not just during the challenges of COVID, but also in the years since where her focus on the most vulnerable in our society and the importance that they face with this cost of living crisis. And that has been an outstanding aspect of your leadership. Thank you, Rachel. So thank you for everything you've done, and I wish you the very best of luck in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Agenda item number 6, minutes of the meeting held on 26th of November 2024. I will move that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday 26th of November 2024 are correctly recorded and that they be signed by the Chairman. I will ask Councillor Wells to second the minutes. Councillor Wells, would you please do so?
I second the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Wells. All those in favour, I think the vote is coming on your microphone bases now. Please vote.
Couple of seconds, members. Vote closed.
Thank you. Vote carried. Agenda number 7, questions from the public. I would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone, as agreed by Council, that up to 30 minutes be given for questions from the public. I will be asking the public to read out their questions. Where the member of the public is not present, Councillor Wells will read the question. At my discretion, a questioner who has put a question in person may ask one supplementary question without notice to the member who replied to the original question. Any supplementary questions that is put must arise directly out of the original question or reply. Today we have just the one question. Question number 1 is from Mr. Wooldridge of Newquay, who is not in attendance, so I'll ask Councillor Wells to read the question on their behalf. Councillor Wells.
Newquay Airport Directorships. Having worked within aviation for 25 years, I have a full grasp of how the industry works. Can the members present please assure the people of Cornwall that none of them intend to take a director position within the airport after the sale goes through?
Thank you, Councillor Wells. Councillor Gardner, portfolio holder for economy, please.
Thank you. Firstly, I need to be clear. The council is not selling the airport and is yet to make a decision on whether to enter into a joint venture with the preferred partner. Negotiations are ongoing and we continue to seek an agreement that ensures the future of the airport. If any agreement is reached, it will be discussed by the Economic Growth and Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee before a decision is taken by Cabinet. If a partnership is entered into, then the council will need to ensure that appropriate arrangements for the governance are put in place to ensure that the council is playing its part in delivering economic growth and connectivity and to safeguard the council's interests. I cannot predict the future, and as such that could include appointing ex officio non-executive directors to the board, as we have done with some of the council's other arm's length companies, with appointments being on the basis of officer or political positions held on behalf of the council. That these would not be personal appointments, and as such I would anticipate would be unpaid. Therefore, as I've said, I can't predict the future. It is too early to rule out council representation on the board of a joint venture, but I need to be clear. Any representation would be to represent the interests of Cornwall Council.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Agenda item number 8.1, review of Article 21, governance arrangements of council-owned entities and the protocol for governance arrangements of council-owned entities. I will ask Councillor Jordan propose and Councillor Wells to second the recommendations set out on page 19 of the agenda pack. Councillor Jordan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Article 21 and the supporting protocol of governance arrangements of the council-owned entities set out in the council's framework and establishment of the subsequent governance entities owned by the council. I'm going to move that. Councillor Wells will second, but I know Councillor Harris is going to put an amendment, so there's point is going through all of this before the amendment is put in, because if the amendment is held, then this becomes invalid.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. Councillor Wells.
I am pleased to second the resolution, but as Councillor Jordan has said, I'm aware that Councillor Harris is moving an amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Wells. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak or ask a question. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I have great difficulty in supporting this. Overall, it appears to be taking powers away from members and giving them to officers, which I am not keen on. A couple of points. At 4 on page 20, and this is astounding, C&G were advised that non-executive directors were involved in the day-to-day management of companies. This is complete hogwash. The Corporate Governance Institute is very clear. Non-executive directors do not manage the daily activities of a company. My point in raising this is I wonder what else C&G were advised. There's been no member consultation on this. See paragraph 5.1 on page 25 and compare this with the consultation undertaken on the Chair of Audit role on page 40. This should go through scrutiny. Paragraph 2.7, there's 2 or 3 simple points here. Paragraph 2.7 appears to be saying that scrutiny cannot call in officers of companies and instead must question the owner representative. Paragraph 2.8 appears to stop audit looking at numbers. There's a couple of other points. Paragraph 2.1.3.2 at top of page 32, talking about reserve matters, says some may be referred to Cabinet. Well, can we be clear? Should reserve matters be referred to Cabinet or a portfolio or something, or not? To be fair, this is in the existing regs. And just one point on this, I would have thought that the change of auditors should be referred to Cabinet or a portfolio holder, but the recent change of auditors was not referred either to Cabinet or the portfolio holder, Councillor Worth. Therefore, I want to propose an amendment as follows. Taking the words here, after in the appendices, delete the rest and replace it with be referred to the Corporate Finance and Performance Overview and Scrutiny Committee for their comments, which comments should be referred back to Constitution and Governance Committee for further consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Have you got a seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Worth, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I'd just like to endorse what Councillor Harris has said. I don't want to expand upon his comments, but I will second that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Worth. I'm going to bring in Matt Stokes, the monitoring officer, first.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm not foursquare with Councillor Harris on this. The advice to C&G, Constitution and Governance Committee, was sound. I think there's trouble in the way that the NED point has been minuted, and the advice that was given was that the NEDs on the board oversee the day-to-day management of the company, not that they do it. Sorry?
Members, can we let Matt Stokes finish, please?
So, can you hear me now?
Could he have permission to sit down?
Yeah, Chair. You're welcome to sit down, Matt.
This is a bit like play your cards right, isn't it? It's higher or lower. Right, so, are we sitting comfortably? Then I'll begin. So, Councillor Harris and I, not foursquare on this. I'm comfortable that the advice that was given to the Constitution and Governance Committee was sound. I think there is an unfortunate issue with the way that part of the advice was minuted, in as much as the advice was that the NEDs on the board effectively oversee the day-to-day management and running of the company, not that they do the day-to-day management. There is a tension with the desire to have company officers before the scrutiny committees, because they're not employed by the council, and whilst members might invite them, they don't have to accede to that request. Paragraph 2.8 doesn't stop the audit committee seeing numbers, and of course they will have information within the remit of their committee to consider. Reserved matters can be dealt with by cabinet, leader, portfolio holder, or the leader's nominated officer, and so that's why some of them won't go to cabinet. And in the last financial year, 23-24, there were 40 odd. So far this year, there are 50 odd. I think it's 54 requests for reserved matters consent. And do we really want to be clogging up the cabinet budget with that many consent requests? And I would aver that we don't. So, and there are a number of other points on which I've provided advice, not necessarily directly to Councillor Harris. I don't have a particular problem with this being referred back to the Scrutiny Committee for their views, but there was a workshop with the Constitution and Governance Committee to which scrutiny members were invited. And there is a need to tidy up the protocol and the governance arrangements moving forward. I'm mindful of that. The Constitution and Governance Committee included as their third recommendation that the involvement of members in the companies would be referred back after the May elections for review. And so the Constitution and Governance Committee have already effectively built in what's being requested. So entirely a political decision as to whether you do this, but it is preferable to tidy up the arrangements in a structured way, which is proposed. But if you decide to refer back to scrutiny, I would say that it's not to mark the work of Constitution and Governance Committee, it's to review the broader picture and make recommendations, and we will decide which route they go through before Constitution and Governance Committee eventually get to consider them and make recommendations to Council.
Thank you, Monitoring Officer, for your advice. It's my view that is an acceptable amendment. Councillor Jording, are you willing to accept? Thank you. Councillor Wells?
I am.
Thank you. That therefore becomes the substantive. Speaker, going back to the list of speakers. Councillor German, please.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations. Lovely to have you there. Best wishes to Councillor Giles. Chairman, this seems a little bit strange. My understanding of where we are today is that Councillor Taylor, very early on in the life of this administration, possibly her first decision, was to remove councillors from company boards. And what we're doing is codifying this into the Constitution, what has been the case for the last 4 years, tidying that up with our expert monitoring officer and legal team's advice. Constitution and Governance have voted through this recommendation. They supported it to full council, but we're now in the bizarre situation where the chair of the Constitution and Governance Committee isn't supporting his own committee's recommendation. And we've just had a public question, which was about, could a councillor sit on a board of a company? The current position, clarified by the recommendations today, would mean that a councillor could not sit on a future company. Councillor Gardner wouldn't give a straight answer to the member of the public, but what we're now seeing is the administration trying to open up the opportunity where they can put themselves onto the boards in the future. So it's been, we're asking for it to go back to C&G, a referral back is what my understanding is, but we've had proper legal advice. C&G have made a resolution that it appears that their chair, will see how many other members don't support their own democratically made resolution when we get to the vote, and then they want to bring it back to the next council. Well, if they believe that they've made a right and proper decision, why on earth would you want to then bring it back in June? Is it because the administration thinks, well, actually, we do want people to be sat on boards of our companies, but the leader said that we couldn't do that. So we'll wait and see if there's another administration of a different colour, and perhaps we'll be able to get
30
the opportunity
seconds.
in the future. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor German. Councillor Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman. So I find this extremely bizarre also. Unfortunately, in my 32 years when I first got elected, councillors actually were involved in decision making. We didn't have the plethora of companies that we have now, and I think that's a sad thing. I think all services from Cornwall Council should be supplied by Cornwall Council, not an arm's length company. Because if they can make a profit, it only comes back to us. But we should be more concerned about the services that we provide rather than the profit that a company can make. So I've seen us here in the council chamber, and I've held different positions as chairman, cabinet member and backbencher. You know, we've just put out a load of literature saying, why don't you want to stand for Cornwall Council come May the 1st? Well, I can give a really good reason. It's because we're not included in anything anymore. We really need to take back. Unfortunately, and maybe it was just a bad choice of words, but the officer said, clogging up. We don't want things clogging up the cabinet budget agenda. Well, I'm sorry, I have to totally disagree with you. We do. It's called democracy, and it's about time that we took that back here at Cornwall Council. Members should be making decisions. They should be involved at all levels, whether it's a company or a service, and that isn't happening anymore. This is a line in the sand that we need to draw and actually go, the new council after the 1st of May should actually be the driving force, the decision makers. And unfortunately, every year it erodes more and more away, that we get further and further away from the decisions which are being made by officers. And I'm sorry, in the last few years, I don't think a lot of those decisions have been all that great.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. The monitoring officer has indicated he'd like to speak, so I'm going to bring him in.
So two things. First of all, an apology, poor choice of language on my part, and very kind of you not to lambast me further. And I just want to be clear, please, in Councillors Jordan and Wells accepting that amendment, you are accepting it as a replacement of all three of the current C&G recommendations. And I ask that, otherwise it doesn't make any sense.
Thank you, monitoring officer. We're going to continue with our list of speakers. Councillor Conway.
Thank you. I'm very pleased that Councillor Harris put his amendment forward. It is essential that councillors have more input into what is happening in our companies. It's essential that ordinary councillors, all 87 of us, know what is happening, have an input into what is happening throughout the whole process. So thank you very much, Councillor Harris, for your amendment, and I'm very happy to support the revised resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Conway. Councillor Frost, you did indicate, do you still wish to speak?
Yeah, just a procedural question actually, because this comes up time and time again with CNG, is someone proposes an amendment And sometimes we're not allowed to propose amendments to C&G. We can only refer it back. We either accept what they say or say go back and try again. Or sometimes we do accept amendments and they go forward. And that just seems baffling to me. I've proposed amendments here before that have been seconded and voted on in a C&G recommendation. I've also proposed amendments in this chamber before which have been refused because we are not allowed to make amendments. It has to be referred back. So what is the actual procedure when it comes to a C&G recommendation? Can we actually make amendments and vote on them, or do we just refer it back? Because I get fed up of standing up here and asking the same question every time C&G brings a recommendation.
Councillor Frost, thank you. Monitoring Officer, please.
So, Councillor Frost, much depends on the nature of the amendment and whether it's in accordance with the rules on amendments, such as whether it negates completely, whether it's just adding and removing words or whatever it might be. So without trawling through all of the different recommendations that have come forward, I can't give you an analysis, but amendments can be made. They just need to comply with the amendment rules.
Thank you, Monitoring Officer. Councillor LeBroy.
Thank you, Chair. This, to me, is very simply about whether or not we as councillors are performing due diligence on the management of our arm's length companies, which provide services that many years ago the council would have provided on a direct basis. I completely agree with my colleague, Councillor Mitchell. I believe council services should be delivered direct, and that delivering services through arm's length companies is just finding a workaround of a problem which could be just a bit too complicated. But anyway, the question in my mind is, do I feel assured that we, or I as a councillor, am performing due diligence? Do I understand what's happening within Cormac? Do I understand what's happening within Corserve? And the answer is probably not. I don't think we're anywhere near actually understanding that situation, and I think I probably do support the amendment that's come through if it's going to help us as councillors actually be involved in some of those processes. Is there a democratic deficit here? Yes, I believe there is. I was a bit puzzled by what Matt Stokes said, the monitoring officer, when he said we don't want this stuff clogging up cabinet. Sorry, are you saying let's not do it because it's a bit too difficult? Because if you are, I don't really agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Monitoring Officer.
Of course I'm not saying that, and I think you know that. I'm just talking about the volume of business and the need for the Cabinet to ensure that it focuses on the big stuff. Absolutely, it's a matter for the leader any particular time as to what the business of the Cabinet is. I am not suggesting we don't do it. I'm just being realistic about the time the Cabinet have to make decisions and the things that they need to consider.
Thank you, Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you, Chair. Am I alone in returning to the question, and I'm asking the Chair, please, to answer this? Why have we got a full council meeting with nothing on the agenda apart from process discussions, most of which we don't fully understand because we're not deep into the weeds of council-owned companies? Chair, why have you allowed the administration to call a meeting with nothing on the agenda beyond constitution and governance again? And why are we going to spend so much time on that? And aside from people putting motions in, why has the administration got nothing to put on the table today for us? We're talking about councillors' input into remote arm's length companies. What about councillors' input into how Cornwall is run today, now? Nothing on housing, nothing on the economy, nothing at all. Is that a good use of this council chamber's time? Can you please tell us why we're having meetings with nothing on the agenda from the Cabinet? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dwelly. More than happy to. What I would say, Councillor Dwelly, is there is absolutely nothing wrong with today's agenda. There are some very important procedural items that we have to debate and vote on today. And also there is 3 very important motions that we'll be taking today as well, 2 of which we will hear, one of which is on Devonwall, which I believe you are a supporter of. So thank you, Councillor Dwelly. I'm going to move on now to the next speaker, Councillor McClenning, please.
Thank you, Chair. No throwing tomatoes over here at all. I've got to say that when the leader wasn't the leader, she appointed me to Cornwall Housing as to replace Linda as non-exec director, and with 2 other councillors of different parties who aren't here anymore as members. As we got into it, it became obvious to me that something strange was going on, having sat in so many board meetings in my career, and
questions were never asked by the managing director. Now, I did something that you're not supposed to do, which is to report or speak outside of that board meeting and say what my views were, what was going on. And I think there's a member behind me who could probably back me up, that we had to let officers know, and I did let before Linda was leader, as my leader of the Conservatives, let her know what I thought was going on. And it was proved right that things weren't correct at Cornwall Housing. And it stood out like a sore thumb. We had the 151 officer at the time sort of saying, oh, I wish I'd known, but there was an accountant from Corso who did sit at the board meetings. I think it's important that councillors do sit on these outside bodies, because you can ask the questions that they don't want to hear. And I would think we should try and continue with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLennan, and apologies if I said Devonmore. It was, of course, a slip of the tongue. What I meant was devolution for Cornwall. There being no more speakers, I'm going to go back to, yes, Councillor Frank, please.
Sorry, it's not about Cormac, it's just looking through the recommendations and you're trying to clarify about the process of replacing a leader. I couldn't see any clarification in there about what would happen if the leader were to resign. Could you just clarify if the Constitution Governance Committee looked at that particular option? Because if we're tightening up the whole procedures, then perhaps that would also be part of that. I just wanted clarification, that's all.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Frank. That's the wrong item, I'm afraid. We will come to it. Yeah, Councillor Fitter, did you wish to speak?
While I understand the sentiments that are being expressed, I have to say that they clash with reality, that if the council were to appoint NEDs of various arm-length companies, they are bound by the confidentiality of that board. So there seems to be very little point, in actual fact, in nominating members purely to represent only their own views, because they are forbidden under the company laws from sharing the information they've acquired with their fellow councillors. So I see no reason really to depart from the recommendations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Fitter. I'm going to go to Councillor German, then I'm going back to Councillor Jordan. Councillor German.
Sorry, thank you for indulging me. It was a point of clarification. I thought the monitoring officer said that we would need to take the new motion as covering all three of the C&G papers. No, I've misunderstood, because there's only one recommendation on the paper for this, not three. Thank you.
Yep, monitoring officer, please. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. So, in your papers, in relation to the governance arrangements of council-owned entities, there are 3 recommendations to council.
Page 20.
One is to approve the proposed changes to the governance arrangements. The second is delegated authority for minor amendments, and the third is bringing back after the 2025 election. So apologies for not being clearer.
Thank you. So we'll get to the other bits. Thank you.
Thank you both. Councillor Jordan, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a great deal of respect for Matt. I always have, and I understand exactly what he said, and I understand what Councillor Harris has said as well. I think there was a little bit of confusion in the minutes, as Matt has already said, a little perhaps miswording, which has led us to this situation. But the amendment's been there, it's been seconded. I think we have to go along with it. If it falls, then we go back to what's on the board.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. Can we therefore confirm the recommendations verbally or on the screen, please, which I believe is now up, before we go to the vote? The vote will now be opened. Please vote. Sorry, yeah, Councillor Jenkins.
I'm unclear exactly what we're voting for, and I'm sure other
Okay.
members in the chamber are. Can we actually get the motion read out, please?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Jenkins, can you just sit down and turn your mic off, please? Thank you. I will double check. Are we able to get it on the screen again? Not with the vote open. Right, so it's at the top of the screen. That is what we are voting for. We had the recommendations, we had an amendment from Councillor Harris which became the substantive, and on the screen is what we are voting on now. Please vote for, against, or abstain on your microphone basis. Thank you. For ease, we're going to keep the voting open while the monitoring officer reads it out for you.
I wish I bought better glasses. Yeah, but it's there. Look. That the proposed changes to Article 21, governance arrangements of council-owned entities as set out in the appendices, be referred to the Corporate Finance and Performance Overview and Scrutiny Committee for their comments, which comments should be referred back to the Constitution and Governance Committee for further consideration. And that has been accepted by Councillors Jordan and Wells in place of the 3 recommendations that came forward from the committee.
Thank you, Monitoring Officer. I'm going to keep the vote open for 5 more seconds.
Vote closed.
Thank you. And that is 4. Thank you all for voting. Agenda item 8.2, Audit Committee Chairman and Vice Chairman. I will ask Councillor Jordan to propose and Councillor Wells to second the recommendations set out on page 35 of the agenda pack. Councillor Jordan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the Council agreed from time to time in the elections in 2025 that the Chairman and Vice Chairman of the Overview and Scrutiny Committees should not be both from the administration, it asked the Constitution and Governance Committee to consider the position of the Audit Committee. The report set out benchmarking, information and guidance from CIPFA. And this is set out in the appendix which starts on page 37 of your agenda pack. The committee also heard from Councillor Thoms, who's not here today, the current chairman, at the meeting, and reflected that the current arrangements worked well. As such, our recommendation is that the current approach be codified and that the chairman of Audit Committee should not be from the administration. In the previous administration, all the chairs and vice chairs were from that administration. This administration changed that and made sure the audit chair and vice chair were not from the administration. So that is what this is clarifying, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. Councillor Wells, please.
Yes, I'm happy to second the motion. I was part of the working group, along with you, Mr. Chairman, who looked at the overview and scrutiny committees and who should chair those. And I see this as bringing this into line with that. I think it's correct that the audit should be chaired by somebody who is not attached to the administration, and this just codifies that and brings it into line, and I think it's quite right to do so. I'm pleased to second.
Thank you, Councillor Wells. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak or ask a question. And Councillor Wells, please keep your hands in the air while Councillor Wells captures your names. Thank you. Councillor LeBroy.
Thank you, Chair. I should apologise to you because I did shout out not true when Councillor Jordan was reading out his piece. In the previous administration, David Harris, Councillor Harris, was actually chair of Audit, so it wasn't just this administration where somebody from the opposition chaired that committee. Councillor Harris did an admirable job, I think. And I do think it is probably a good idea that the chair is not from the administration group. However, I honestly think that the business of the Audit Committee, which I sat on the previous administration, can get quite boggy. There's a lot of material in there, there's an awful lot of reading, and there's a lot of principle going on. And any member of that committee has to be on top of their job, and those committee members will know this. And I think that making this or carving this into stone at this point is quite possibly hamstringing or hobbling the committee or any future committee, because surely it would be the most appropriate person on that committee to do that job, not necessarily somebody who just simply isn't from the administration. So I probably would have to vote against it, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Councillor LeBroy. Councillor Harris, you were mentioned. I'm sure you'd like a right of reply. Councillor Harris, please.
Thank you, Councillor LeBroy, for your kind comments. I just wanted to say, yes, I was chair of the Audit Committee for 2 years during the last administration. but not through the good graces of the last administration, simply because a couple of members of the administration turned up late for the meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Harris, thank you. Councillor Rich.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've nothing against this recommendation in principle, though the principle of the recommendation is that somebody from who's not from the administration should chair the Audit Committee, which I think is really good, and it's actually worked really well as a convention. The council does have a convention for this, and I think, so the point I'm trying to make is I don't think we should be overthinking and trying to codify and constitutionalise everything we do. One good thing about British politics is we don't necessarily have a constitution, we have lots of conventions, which by and large people respect. So for me, I can't support this because I think it really works well as a convention. Councillor Harris did chair Audit. I think at the time he said, if the Conservative group get control, then they'll hand the chair of Audit to someone who's not in the administration, and they were true to their word. And I don't see any reason for that not continuing. And Councillor Broy has just explained, given you a perfectly good example, why sometimes conventions have to be broken for various reasons. So I won't support this because I think it's unnecessarily codifying something which this council can perfectly do of its own accord.
Councillor McGowan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to support the work done by the Constitution and Governance Committee on this item. I think maintaining the independence of the chair for the Audit Committee is important, as with the scrutiny arrangements that have been put in place.
Sorry, can I just ask a point of order? I'm really sorry to interrupt. I don't know if anyone else, I'm really struggling to hear people speaking today. Yes. It's nothing against you, Lloyd. I'm really sorry.
Councillor McGowan, you're more than happy to sit down and speak. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, isn't it obvious these microphones were designed to be spoken people sitting down, not standing up?
Thank you, Councillor Wills. Councillor McGowan.
I've struggled here. Thank you, Councillor Donathorpe.
Councillor McGowan, please continue.
Thank you. Happy to support the work done by the Constitution and Governance Committee and the work they've done to bring the Audit Committee chair independence in line with the scrutiny arrangements that were brought in earlier in the year. I think it's really important that independence is maintained as part of the audit chair role and has worked really well working alongside Councillor Toms in a non-political environment and the effectiveness of the Audit Committee. I would ask, in terms of the current arrangements where there is an overall control and a lead administration, that makes perfect sense and is quite clear-cut. But if there is a future administration where there is either no overall control or more than two parties that make up the administration, that those lines remain clear in terms of who is part of the administration and who is in an opposition position. So just perhaps a word of clarity that if there is no overall control or multiple parties that make up the administration, how these rules are applied.
Thank you, Councillor McGowan. Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. I will stand and hope my voice carries. It usually does. I'd just like to make a few points, if I may, about this matter. First of all, I'd like to compliment Councillor Harris on his unaccustomed modesty over the selection of chair of the previous Audit Committee. He was selected, fortunately, through good fortune, as a person of considerable skill in the process of managing and dealing with the issues of an audit committee, and we benefited dramatically from that capability, knowledge, skill, and knowledge. He also went one step further, and when it came to the casting vote on vice chair, very sensibly, wisely, supported me, and I was elected vice chair. Turning to this paper, I'd just say this. What happens if there is a coalition? In the next administration, I can imagine there being a coalition of perhaps 3 political groups. How do you then allow an administrator to select a chair if this goes through? I'd like to hear what the responses to that are. But of course, it's most likely that we, as administration, will be returned with a vast majority and there won't be a problem. On a serious note, I do wonder if the selection of all members of the Audit Committee, and in particular the Chair and the Vice Chair, should be based upon an invitation to submit your bio, your capabilities and your experience to justify your group or the administration to see your selection to that very, very important role. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Desmond. I'm going to bring in the monitoring officer on your comments around election result forecasting. Thank you for that. Councillor, monitoring officer, please.
Thank you, Chair. I thought for a moment I sensed nervousness around the election in May on your part, but then you came storming back. If there is a coalition that forms an administration, then nobody from that coalition administration would be able to be chair of the Audit Committee under these arrangements. There are role profiles for certain roles, including chairman of the Audit Committee. And I suppose I would observe that if you were going to ask for a biography on, by invite for potential chairs of the Audit Committee, well, why just that committee? Because I think all of the committees of the Council are important.
Thank you. Councillor German.
Thank you, Chair. I've also got a question for the monitoring officer, sorry. But it's been said in the chamber that this is bringing it in line with scrutiny, and my recollection is that in the constitution for scrutiny is either the chair or the vice chair should be from non-administration. If that's correct, then to bring it in line with scrutiny, I'm happy to propose that as an amendment. Thank you.
What I would say as the person who chaired that review is you are correct in terms of scrutiny chairs and vice chairs. That is either one of them from the administration, it's not necessarily the chair. But I thought that the comments came from Councillor Wells as opposed to being within the recommendation, Councillor German.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Laurie McGowan, sorry, Laurie. Councillor McGowan referenced as well that this brought it in line with scrutiny. So the clarification is it doesn't bring it in line with scrutiny.
Correct.
So I'm happy to move an amendment that we bring it in line with scrutiny. Thank you.
Have you got a second to Councillor German? Councillor Mike Thomas. Before we open up on that, monitoring officer, do you have anything to add? And you're allowed to say no. Thank you, monitoring officer. Councillor Jordan, are you willing to accept?
No, Mr. Chairman. I think the chairman of audit should not be from the administration. It should not be chair or vice chair. I think it should be the chair.
Thank you, Barry. Therefore, we will then take speakers on the amendment. Councillor Conway.
I would like to speak against the amendment and for the substantive motion, so I'm not going to speak twice. It is wrong that you should mark your own homework. And for the last 6 years, this council has quite properly had a chairman of audit who hasn't been of the administration. And it's clear, there's a clear point that everybody can see that audit is independently looking at what is happening and you get the right result. I'm quite happy for the deputy chair to be from the administration, but that isn't what this amendment says. It's very important that audit is independent. Councillor Harris did a brilliant job for the last 2 years of the previous administration. I'm not so sure about his deputy, but that's another matter altogether. But throughout this administration, Councillor Toms has done an absolutely incredible job as chair of audit, going straight down the middle, doing the job properly, and we must thank him for what he's done. So I believe it's essential that as a normal thing, the chair of audit is not from the administration. There must be someone in the 44 people who are thereabouts, councillors who aren't in the administration. There must be someone who is more than capable of being chair of audit. So, you know, I'm against the amendment, but I'm for the original motion. Thank you.
Let's take the amendment first. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you. I won't stand up because I'll be about 9 feet away from the microphone if I do. But look, just to say, having listened to the debate here today, I think actually there's an awful lot of agreement across all political parties. I think everybody agrees with the principle of not marking your own homework. I think that's a very good principle, and I haven't heard any voices substantively against that. The arguments that I have heard against that were saying things like, well, there's possible edge cases, what happens if there's coalitions, etc., etc. I think we're letting, perfect be the enemy of good here. If one of those edge cases were to occur, this could be amended in the future. I would suggest that we support the recommendation as set out, and if an edge case occurs, well, then we'll deal with that when that happens. Other than that, I think we're all pretty much in agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. We'll be voting on the amendment before we get back to the recommendations in your papers. Councillor Harris, please.
My voice carries. I'm against the amendment and in favour of the motion. It's crystal clear. Just look at the last 4 years. Forget the idiot who chaired the audit committee before. That a properly independent chair is what we want. And it should be the chair, not the vice chair. So I'm against the amendment and in favour of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Any more speakers on the amendment? Councillor German.
Come up if I may, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, please.
A properly independent chair. There we go. As to an independent chair. I agree with the speakers. I think it is good that a non-administration member is chair of the committee. But we heard from Councillor Desmond that tying this up here could cause problems in the future. We heard from the monitoring officer that we don't want to clog up our decision-making processes with the detail. So a proposal here that says either the chair or the vice chair is non-administration helps to make sure that we've got an appropriate way forward. And on this side of the chamber, we do agree with convention. We do things like support the work of the committees that comes through into the chamber because they've done the work and then not just throw it out on a whim. So, colleagues, I ask you to support what has been put forward to bring it in line with the rest of the Constitution. Those decisions have made good, solid sense, have been welcomed by the Chamber previously. Please do so again. Thank you.
Councillor German, thank you. The amendment that we will be voting on is on the screen at the front and back of the room, and I am going to ask the monitor officer to read it out for you. Monitoring officer, please.
That the chairman and vice chairman of the audit committee not both be from the administration.
And this is the amendment. The vote will now be opened. Please vote for, against, abstain using the options on your microphone base. Thank you.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Amendment lost. Moving back to the original list of speakers, I've got 3 speakers left. Councillor Marrington, please.
I'm slightly confused now, but my point I wanted to make was that when you're looking at this, I just tend to look at things in a party blind way, and you would hope that people can pick the right people for jobs that are effective for the role. So I think when you see what goes on sometimes in government, when you have minister after minister and everything changing all the time, I suppose how I've always looked at it is that you pick the right people for the job. So I just wanted to put that point.
Thank you, Councillor Marrington. To avoid confusion, we are back to the original recommendations on page 35 of your agenda pack. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. So in our constitution, it's the group leaders who choose who is on which committee, and I'm shocked. I tell you, shocked that Councillor Desmond thinks that some groups would put people onto committees who might not be fit to do the job. Certainly in the Lib Dem group, we've always taken it very seriously about who gets put onto committees, and we're not just filling them up with empty suits or people who are going to put their hands up and do what the administration says. Scrutiny, especially on audit, is really important, and we should all take it seriously. It's not party political. The rules say we have to divide the seats up accordingly, but everybody should take it seriously and put themselves forward for things that they're going to do properly. But we don't need to change the rules to do that. You know, that's already, you know, implicit in what we sign up for in the first place.
Last speaker, Councillor McGowan, you wanted to come back in quickly.
No, withdraw, thank you.
Councillor Rushworth.
Thank you, Chair. In the 16 years that I've been involved in the council, on 2 or 3 occasions, there's been a great move to form a rainbow coalition. We haven't crossed the I's and dotted the T's as to what would happen if that ever became the case in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Rushworth. I think the advice was clear from the monitoring officer that if you are not in the administration...
Oh, that didn't work. I'd deal with it at the time.
Sorry, I haven't quite finished. Does that mean you're in for the long haul?
Regrettably not. I'm 5 and a bit months and counting. So it'll be addressed at the time if we're in that scenario.
Good answer. Councillor Jordan, please sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mentioned Councillor Thoms just now being not from the administration. I'd like to thank Councillor McGowan as well, because he ably suited Councillor Thoms, and we worked very well as a committee, a non-political committee, looking at the audit, looking at the figures. And so thank you, Councillor McGowan, and carry on with the recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. As set out in agenda, page 25 of your agenda pack, are we able to get them on the screen? So just to read it out, please, monitoring officer.
Oh, you're working me hard today. That the chairman of the audit committee should not be from the administration.
Thank you, monitoring officer. The vote will now be opened. Please vote for, against, abstain on your microphone bases.
Couple more seconds. Vote closed.
Vote carried. Agenda item number 8.3, review of council procedure rules. I will again ask Councillor Jordan to propose and Councillor Wells to second the recommendation set out on page 43 of the agenda pack. Councillor Jordan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 3 items on this. So we're going to deal with the first one, which is to do with the leader. As Councillor Frank mentioned just now, what would happen if the leader resigned or was taken ill or, heaven forbid, should die? Then there would have to be a situation...
It's just a cold belly. They got cold.
I didn't mean this, leader, Mr. Chairman. But I did send a round-robin email to members of the committee before to say what could happen in those situations, and we'd have to appoint a new leader. The council would appoint a new leader. So I hope that covers Councillor Frank. But the first, the extraordinary meeting, a motion to remove the cabinet leader on note. The wording of the proposed changes is set out on paragraph 2.3 of the report set out on page 49 of your agenda pack. The committee was in support of the proposed changes to provide absolute clarity requirements going forward. The proposed amendments seek to codify the existing flexible practice that has been in place since the COVID and sets out clearly the responsibilities for members in terms of confirming support of the deadlines involved to do so. And that is to do with the leader either being removed, resigning, or being ill health and can't carry on, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. Councillor Wells.
I'm happy to second the motion. As members will see, we're taking each of these individually rather than taking them all all at once. So this is just on the extraordinary meeting for the removal of the leader.
Monitoring officer.
So not entirely correct. The first recommendation is about codifying the arrangements for all motions or requests for meetings, extraordinary meetings, including to remove the leader. Sorry. Yes, sorry. The first of the three recommendations relates to all submissions for extraordinary meetings, motions, etc. It's not just related to the removal of the leader, because we had that incident in October, November with the original motion that came in that was left hanging. Henry ruled it out after a period of time, and then it was resubmitted with a full set. Now that was the leader one, but by codifying and making it clear in the Constitution what's required in all cases, and that's the proposed amendments to the Constitution are set out in the papers, the public know what we're doing, and all members have got a clear steer on exactly what they've got to do to have a valid request submitted and when.
Thank you, Monitoring Officer. To confirm from the Chair that before you on page 43, you have 3 recommendations. After discussion with the Monitoring Officer, I plan to take each recommendation separately, so we will take a debate and then a vote on each recommendation separately. So we are going to the first recommendation first, please. Can we have hands up for speakers? Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. Mine isn't so much a speech or a commentary upon what we've got before us here, but I would like to have a little bit more explanation and to understand why in recommendation 3, the public...
Sorry, Councillor Desmond, I said we're taking recommendation 1 first. We will come to recommendation 3 and we can debate recommendation 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Conway.
Thank you. As the one responsible for this recommendation, as it was me that put the resolution forward, and it was put forward in accordance with the Constitution as it stood at the time. Fair enough, I had a row with the monitoring officer because he then imposed a further restriction on discussion, whatever. But whatever. But the fact is that what is now being proposed says quite clearly what must happen, and it does exactly what it says it does, and we now have a set rule that if you don't get your right number of names in within 48 hours, the whole lot falls. Now, I'm totally in favour of that. It's in black and white. It's in the Constitution. If anyone wants to bring forward such a resolution in future, and we can't do it until after the election now, but that is not relevant to this debate. But it's there, it's in writing, there is no dispute as to how it should happen, and really it should have been in the Constitution earlier, so I thoroughly support this resolution.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I just thought for the purpose of clarification, I'm very fit, I'm very healthy. And I don't control death, but I have no intention of going anywhere, and we've got, this administration is going to be continuing to work hard until we go to the elections. So some of you will be happy, some of you won't, but there we go.
Councillor Taylor, thank you. Councillor German.
Till election day, I hope, Leader. According to procedural rules, I'd like to move that we take the vote on all 3 recommendations now. Thank you.
We're still on recommendation 1, and I've got a speaker for recommendation 1.
I'd like to move the vote, Chair, for all 3 recommendations. Under procedural rules, I'm entitled to be able to request that.
Have you got a seconder, Councillor German? Councillor Dwelly, Monitor Officer, please.
I know.
Yep, I was just going to let you know we just need 2 minutes, please. Members, thank you. Members, thank you. Councillor Jewell, please take your seat. Thank you. Councillor Chairman, thank you. Having looked at the procedure rules with the monitoring officer, there is a caveat, and I believe that this has not been debated sufficiently yet. So therefore, on that basis, what I'm quite happy to do is have a debate on the other two recommendations, and at that point then, I will be happy to consider whether we take a vote on all three together. Is that fair enough? Thank you. Councillor Desmond.
Thank you for letting me back in at that point. And to ask for, I don't want to make a speech about the procedure proposals. I'm quite neutral about it, but I do want to ask for some clarification on 3.
No, sorry, Councillor Desmond, we're still not on 3 yet. We need Councillor Jordan to introduce 2 and 3 in a second.
I will sit down.
Please sit down a second. Councillor Martin on recommendation 1, please, then I'm going to go to Councillor Jordan to introduce the second and third recommendations for debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the reason we're discussing this is because there's been some motions that people have tried to bring, and they've had great confusion about whether or not there should be a deadline on it. So to be clear, what we started with is a set of rules that say we should have signatures. Actually, I don't know of any motion that's come forward that's actually had signatures on it for years and years, because we do everything by email. So it's right that we're bringing this up to date to clarify it. The vote of no confidence that some councillors tried to bring a few months ago should have had 29 people named on it when it came forward, instead, it had just a handful of names on it, and then they were using effectively the monitoring officer and the Democratic Services team as a sort of post box to sort of canvass for, does anybody else want to support this? If someone wants to bring a motion, they ought to canvass. We've all got access to emails. We've all got each other on Microsoft Teams. We can find each other's phone numbers. If you want to bring a motion, you need to get your supporters lined up first and get their names down on paper. So I'm grateful for the clarification of exactly how that works. Now, if we put a motion in, we have to name the supporters, and then within 2 working days, we CC them in, and then within 2 working days, they all just respond to confirm that they actually had given their consent for us to name them. We'd not just randomly picked a bunch of names off the register. So I think this is perfectly sensible and will avoid the farce that we saw a few months ago.
Councillor Martin, thank you. Councillor Mike Thomas, and he is the last speaker on recommendation 1, I promise. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just wanting absolute clarity in terms of that phrase, codify the agile working practice. I would just like to know what that actually means. And is it a case that we'll have clear timelines set out? Is that the intention? Because I think that should be made clear rather than codify the agile working practice. Thank you. No disrespect intended.
Thank you, Monitoring Officer.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. That was me trying to be modern with my language, and I've come up short, haven't I? So no more of that. Expect archaic reports from me in the future. It is about writing down in simple terms what needs to be done by whom and when, and yes, there are deadlines in the amendments that are set out within the report that went to C&G, which has been referred on. So it's all there. I'll stop now because I want to be agile with my words.
Thank you, Monitoring Officer. Councillor Jordan, will you please introduce recommendations 2 and 3 together, please?
Could I just ask Matt if he would not rely on Egyptian hieroglyphics, please?
Councillor Jordan.
Right, the second relates to the allocation of substitutes and the proposed wording for the change of the procedure rule as set out on page 51 of your agenda. This confirms the option for a member in terms of substitution, namely they either arrange for a substitute to attend in person or join the meeting remotely to speak, not appoint a substitute and then turn up. It's one or the other. And that's really what it's about, Mr. Chairman, is it's making sure that if somebody appoints a substitute, unless they notify the democratic services before the meeting that they're going to attend or attend online, which may happen in future, then it's one or the other.
And 3, please, Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At least I'll be able to sit down and keep quiet. Right, the third relates to questions from the public, and where we heard there are no evidence to change the existing procedures, and in fact, Cornwall is more lenient than the majority of other councils in terms of deadline. We are, however, recommending that where there is an extraordinary meeting to remove the leader or any other extraordinary meeting, there are no public questions are permitted due to the fact that it is a procedural matter. Oops. I've lost my place. A procedural matter, and that such meetings are, by their very nature, likely to be emotive. Thank you. I will sit down now. I'm sure our new officer is wondering what the heck she's come into.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan and Councillor Double. Councillor Wells, please.
To keep it simple, I'll simply second the second and third part of these resolutions.
Thank you, Councillor Wells. Speakers on recommendations 2 and 3, please. And Councillor Desmond is top of my list. Councillor Desmond, please.
Thank you, Chair. Third time lucky. I had a request for clarification on the meaning of item 3. I understand the point about emotive questions that might be raised by the public at an extraordinary council meeting, but I'm still not satisfied that that is a reason for removing commentaries, requests for information, questions from the public during such an important occasion. And I'd like to have a little bit more substance on why the public shall not be allowed to ask questions at that time. But I'd like to go on to the second bit, which causes me considerable confusion. It goes on to say, but not to amend the rule in relation to public questions on reports that are to follow. What reports are we talking about here? Reports upon the decision of the vote over the removal of the leader or not? And where will those reports be provided and distributed and disseminated? A little bit more clarity, please. I'd be most grateful.
Thank you, Councillor Desmond. I'm going to go to Councillor Wells on your first point, and then I'll bring in the monitoring officer. Councillor Wells.
Yes, in relation to the first point that Councillor Desmond asked for, it is purely to take the emotion out of the whole atmosphere of the meeting. I made the point at the committee meeting where we discussed this, that members of the public have ample opportunity to make their views very well known to their representatives who will be in the chamber at the time on their views of whether they're for or against, or how they feel about the leader at that time. And I feel that we, as representatives of the public, are there to be their voice, and there's no need for extra emotion to be brought into the meeting by having just some questions being asked that will be, I consider, asked by other members who are sitting in the chamber already. So it's just to take the emotion out of it, really.
Monitoring officer, anything further to add?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wells. Thank you, Councillor Desmond. I think you've misunderstood the papers. Just dissecting it, the view was taken, I think it's fair to say, by the Constitution and Governance Committee that in a meeting to determine a motion to remove the leader, it wasn't the right forum for there to be public questions. That procedural issue, which is critically important, needs to be dealt with. So whomever the leader is, at any point in time, no public questions. As it happens, we've never had public questions asked at a meeting to remove the leader, and nor should it be, and that includes having regard to the feelings of whomever the leader might be at the time. So that's the first part. the proposal isn't disallowing questions from every extraordinary meeting. It's disallowing questions from meetings to remove the leader. Okay, so questions would... questions at extraordinaries? Yeah, so questions would still be allowed at extraordinary meetings on the topics that are on the agenda. And then the third part is that sometimes we have reports that go out late, which is regrettable, but with the pace things are moving at and some of the external influences, sometimes it happens. And the thorough benchmarking that Anita and her team have done has demonstrated that actually we're quite generous with our rules on public questions. We had an issue last year when a budget paper went out late. I think it was a budget paper. There was a paper that went out late, and Councillor Harris was rightly exercised as to the ability of public to submit questions. He caught me on a good day because I softened a little bit and said I would give regard to questions that came in on the late report outside of the deadline. As it happens, we didn't have any. But where we send a report out late, the proposal is that we don't extend the period for questions because, of course, we still got to get the answers sorted for them. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. Councillor LeBroy.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to express some concern over part 2 because I myself did fall foul of this particular example. Just to give you a little bit of colour, I know it's being parochial, but I come from Bude in the far north. My car last year had broken down and I had to ask for one of my political colleagues to substitute for me to ensure a vote on a very important item. I had to attend from home remotely. There's no public transport opportunity to travel between Bude and Truro, and I wished to take part in the meeting. In fact, I joined the Teams meeting and was then immediately excluded from the Teams meeting. And I felt as if I had fewer rights than any other councillor, maybe a non-committee councillor that could have gone into the room, or even indeed a member of public who could have gone into the room and perhaps even observed the debate. A non-committee councillor could, at the invitation of the chairman, be allowed into the debate, and I honestly felt that best decisions are made when the most information and the fullest debate is had intelligently, and I thought that this rule actually stands in the way of that. Thank you.
Councillor Candy.
Councillor Broy has partly said what I was going to say, Chair. The only thing that I would like to add is if you've been suffering from ill health, for example, something like COVID, you may not want to attend the meeting, but you may have done a lot of investigative work in the background and perhaps be one of the best informed people in the meeting. So whether it's just something that's infectious or people recovering from a mental health episode who may well want to get back in the stream of things, I think that this one on substitutes is wrong. Thank you. Luckily, I'm a former farmer. I've got a loud voice. We need to get these mics sorted.
Thank you, Councillor Candy. Councillor Frost.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's interesting because I actually kicked off about this item 2 at the full council briefing with group leaders. And it's why I asked for it to be taken individually, because whilst I've got no problems with item 1 or 3, number 2 really does irritate me because I think it detracts from the rights of a member, as Councillor LeBroy has already stated. So if I've done a lot of work on a committee and then I break my leg and can't attend, but I send a member to vote in that committee room, I can't then attend online and give my expertise, even though I've been on the committee and done all of that work. I think that is quite frankly a nonsense. And to be honest, if this passes and happens, I'll tell you now, I'll use my rights as group leader, if I know someone can't make the committee meeting, to take them off the committee, replace them with the substitute, so they can then attend that meeting online. So the whole rule is a nonsense anyway, because there are ways to circumvent it as a group leader. So I would ask, I was going to do an amendment, not an amendment, I'm not sure what the policy is, but just take it out. Don't put number 2 in, 1 and 3 are fine.
Councillor Ewart.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I will remain seating as we discussed, thank you. I actually don't have anything else to add because Councillor Frost has said exactly what I was going to say. I think 1 and 3 are completely fine. I think 2, it just needs to go, because I don't believe it's democratic. We should be allowed to attend any meetings online and have a substitute in the meeting.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I think there's widespread agreement that we don't want people who can't turn up for whatever reason to be treated as third-class citizens in this. The point about whether they might have an undue influence on the conduct of the debate, well, that's a matter for the chair. If they're speaking as a non-member on the day, the chair still has to run the meeting, and so if they think that someone's out of line, they can say so. My concern here is that we all agree, or most of us agree, that we're not happy with the way it's been happening. What we're told is what's in front of us is just like reiterating what's already the rule. So I agree that we want to throw this out, but my question is it enough for us to just vote this thing down, or do we need to actually go back and change the rule to be really clear that members of committees, if they can't turn up in person, should have the right to vote? So we need to clarify that, and as Councillor Frost has said, I don't know if we're allowed to propose that as an amendment here without it going through C&G, or whether we just need to refer it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Conway.
Thank you. Councillor Frost has explained how you get around the substitution problem, i.e. you take someone off a committee, replace them, and then the person who's then taken off the committee can then be online on the committee. Now, this happened with economic growth a little while ago, and that ended up because a person, i.e. me, was told they were taken off the committee. I sat in on the committee meeting, and the person who was supposed to be substituting for me couldn't therefore substitute, so the vote that was taken was ultra-virus, and the whole lot had to be taken again. So it's very important that this is done correctly, otherwise you end up with a real mess. To my mind, it's perfectly correct that if you attend a committee meeting remotely, you are still there and cannot be substituted. But as Councillor Frost said, if you've broken your leg, for instance, you can then have somebody, you can be taken off the committee temporarily. As soon as that committee meeting is over, you can then be put back on the committee meeting again, and it's straightforward. So, you know, this is something which it has given us one great benefit this year, I must say, that the way things have worked, and that is that we have Councillor Dwelly in charge of economic growth. So thank you very much.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Councillor Frost referred to the discussion we had in group leaders, and I absolutely have every sympathy for what he suggested. And I'm really hoping, actually, that we can agree to take recommendation 2 back, because I do believe that if we're listening to the intent from the Labour government, there is a piece of work that I think will possibly help us form our decision making. So I would strongly recommend that we take it back and wait for that legislation from the Labour government, or definitely have a discussion beforehand to formalise what I think could be coming down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. To take it back, it would be preferable to vote on them individually. I'm going to go to the monitoring officer first, but then I will go to Councillor German. It's only fair. Monitoring officer.
Thank you, Chair. Just so on the issue of substitutes, it's a precondition to nominating a substitute that a member cannot attend a meeting. And I think it's right to interpret that as cannot attend in person or virtually. And that's been the case for Cornwall Council since I prepared the first iteration of Cornwall Council's constitution. And it was the position with Cornwall County Council prior to that. What's important for you to bear in mind is that if you nominate a substitute who turns up at the meeting and then you rock up online, we are potentially in a difficult position in relation to decisions made by that decision-making body, because there is a procedural defect. That's particularly the case in relation to quasi-judicial committees, so the planning and licensing committees. And of course, if a member is unable to attend in person but can still be present in the meeting virtually through Teams, that is an option, but without nominating a substitute, as things stand. So in many respects, what's before you is to put on a better footing what the suggestions are. There's also the option for a member who can't make it, say through broken leg or COVID or whatever it might be, but I'm not going to go so far as death. Although that would solve the problem, wouldn't it? Is to view online like the public would without actually joining the meeting. Now, I'm not going to bang the drum one way or another because I really don't mind, despite what I've just said. It is important to remember, as Councillor Taylor has flagged, that there is a government consultation that is now closed, and so I'm sure that scribes up in Westminster are preparing the legislation now in relation to remote participation and voting and proxy voting. If you are going to simply take out the recommendation, you still come back to the current constitutional provisions which have a precondition to a substitute being that you can't attend. So if you want to revisit that, it is a referral back to the Constitution and Governance Committee, as Councillor Taylor suggested and as Councillor Colin Martin picked up on, to reflect the views expressed at Council. I hope that's helpful.
Councillor Frost, is it a new point?
Yeah, just to say on the point that Matt made about in-person and virtual are the same thing, that's his position, that's fair enough, I disagree with that. But I do think, yes, the quasi-judicial function of some committees I think is a fair point, and I think it should be referred back so they can work out what committees it is suitable for people to attend, and those quasi-judicial ones where it may not be can then be worded correctly.
Thank you.
Point of order, can I just check then? I think some of us have said we'd like to refer it back, but as it stands, we're still just in a for or against vote, aren't we? So can I propose, and look for someone to second, that number 2 gets referred back to C&G for further consideration?
Got a seconder, Councillor Frost. Monitoring officer.
So we'll need to get that into the system. We'll need to get that into the system for the amendment to be voted on. So,
well, are we asking the chair if he's happy to just accept that?
I will do in a second. I'm getting some advice first. Councillor Martin, thank you.
It will still need to go into the system.
So while it's going into the system, Councillor Jordan, do you accept the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, we have an amendment from Councillor that if wanted all 3. Have you taken that out?
No.
It's not an amendment, that's a procedure.
You made a proposal that we take all 3.
Councillor Jordan, that's been dealt with. Do you accept Councillor Martin's amendment?
Only if what Councillor German said is taken out, because we can't have an amendment to an amendment. We've got to vote on 1 minute at a time.
Monitoring officer, please.
I was going to leave in September gone. I'm ruining that now, aren't I? So what Councillor German has put forward is a procedural motion in terms of taking all 3 together. It's not an amendment. Councillor Colin Martin has proposed an amendment, which is the only amendment we have, so it's not an amendment to an amendment.
Then I was going to suggest if Councillor German's motion wasn't there, we take out number 2 and take it back to C&G.
So you're accepting, Councillor Jordan? Can I just check that Councillor Wells is happy to second and happy to accept?
Yeah, I'm happy to accept the amendment.
Thank you. We're just getting it on the system. Bear with us, please. So I think given the current situation we've got in the chamber, now that 2 has been taken away, I'm happy to take 1 and 3 together. So on that basis, we're just putting that into the system and reconfiguring. Give us a moment, please.
1, 2 and 3 together.
Just give us 2 minutes, please, members. Members, please. Members, thank you. So, we're coming to the vote now. We have the 3 recommendations on the screen, and what we have is we have recommendation as number 1, as is in your agenda pack. We have recommendation 2, which is the amendment from Councillor Martin, and we have recommendation 3, as in your agenda pack. Because of the amendment on recommendation 2, I am minded to take 1, 2, and 3 together. There is a lot of wording on the screen. I would prefer... No, so I'm getting nods of heads, and I'm sure Matt is kicking me under the table as well, so we're not going to read it out. It is on the screen. So, members, we are going to go to the vote. Please look on your microphone bases. Vote for, against, abstain, please. Thank you.
Couple of seconds. Vote closed.
Vote closed, vote carried. Thank you, everyone. And I'm glad that we're all now experts in constitution and governance. And I'm glad there was never any doubt that today was an important council meeting. Motions. Agenda number 9. It is important for members to be aware that under Procedure Rule 12.4, any motions that have been moved and seconded stand referred to the relevant committee unless I exercise my discretion to allow the motion to be dealt with at the meeting at which it is brought forward, where it is considered to be convenient and conducive to the dispatch of business. I will confirm my decision on each of the new motions at the relevant point on the agenda. Agenda item 9.1. Critical A30 safety upgrade at Plusher Junction, accident black spot. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 12.4, I am referring this motion to the Cabinet because it has significant financial implications and the subject matter is one of which comes under the function of Cabinet. As per Council Procedure Rules, Councillor Parsons, as a proposer of the motion, is now permitted up to 3 minutes to explain the context of the motion. Councillor Parsons, please.
Thank you, Chair. For too long, inaction has led us to the situation we find ourselves in, where Plusher Junction is now officially the worst accident black spot in Cornwall. This is why we call on Cornwall Council to actively support the re-evaluation of the 2015 plans for a grade separated junction on the A30 at Plusher. This would involve developing a scheme and associated business case to secure funding from the Department for Transport and eventual implementation in partnership with National Highways. National Highways, by their own admission, have recently stated that Plusher Junction has a road traffic collision history which is a matter of concern, and the junction in its current form is not to a standard to safely accommodate an increase in turning movements. In 2000, when plans were drawn for a grade separated junction, it was said it was necessary to separate crossing and turning traffic from the main road. This is best achieved by constructing a bridge or underpass, which would have cost £2 million. In 2015, another consultation with plans drawn at a cost projection of £12 million again failed to deliver funding. The statistics don't lie. As we continue to see an increase in traffic coming in and out of Cornwall, it's by no coincidence that in the early 2000s we had a number of slight accidents with 2 fatalities. As we entered the next decade and the road became busier, the number of serious accidents started to stack up, culminating in 4 fatal accidents which we've recently witnessed. At times, I've questioned myself, could I have done more? There are times I think, have I pursued change too hard? After every event or every time this makes the news, I'm contacted by someone different. Messages from paramedics who have had to deal with the trauma of being first on the scene, police officers, those from a fire service, retired highways engineers, local people who have lost friends and neighbours, and those who have had family members involved. All said this cannot continue, which is why we stick to the cause. National Highways, in my view, had no choice but to make the temporary measures they have. But I, along with many others, am fearful that what they are now proposing to do will not serve us well. In no way can you put monetary value on a life. But when you look at what we've lost to date, that 12 million of investment in 2015 would have been money well spent. We hear figures bandied around for a grade separated junction not being affordable. I find them unbelievable. We're told the cost benefit doesn't stack up. yet we've never seen one. In some respects, the admission that the initial response
30 seconds.
strategic director was flawed and that none of the conclusions flowed from a reliable database only strengthens the case. The Cabinet need to fully review the initial re-evaluation. Cornwall, by its nature, is out on a limb. To be attractive and competitive, whether for tourism or for business, we need to be accessible. A grade-separated junction at this location would effectively eliminate the likelihood of serious or fatal accidents here. It's clear Cornwall Council needs to take a lead by being proactive. We can provide Cornwall with a reliable and safe strategic road network, which in turn would help drive investment and growth in North Cornwall and beyond. This approach would allow the government to have to implement schemes as funds become available. We can go to our MP, National Highways and the Department for Transport and tell them we're ready to do business. Thank you for the indulgence.
Councillor Parsons, thank you for bringing that to us today. Agenda item number 9.2, National Trust to use their holiday property portfolio for long-term lets. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 12.4, I'm using my discretion to enable the motion to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor German to move and Councillor Frank to second the motion set out on page 71 of your agenda pack. I will then bring in any of the supporters who wish to speak before opening up to the wider council for debate. I kindly ask that members refrain from repeating points made by previous speakers. Councillor German, please.
Thank you again, Chair. Colleagues, I'm sure many of you will be familiar with National Trust holiday properties in your area. My dad was born at Gwendra, a farm which is now 5 holiday lets, but also has 1 property which is permanently lived in. At Porth, where Mr Tregunner was the National Trust's farm tenant living there, all the properties are now holiday lets. Further along the coast to St Anthony's Lighthouse, the National Trust have a number of holiday lets, but also 2 cottages which were left to the National Trust by the amazing Radford sisters in perpetuity for local needs housing, and these are permanently occupied. The housing crisis is across the whole of Cornwall, and we need homes in our rural areas as well as our towns. Many of the Trust properties have been lived in and are capable of being lived in again today. I've recognised in the motion that this will not be the case for all of them. We need to keep thinking about our challenges and coming up with solutions. I know that this is not a silver bullet, but think of the Trust taking a leadership position on this issue. If they were to move some of their holiday properties over to long-term lets, other owners may well follow suit. This can only be a benefit to people looking for and struggling to find long-term lets. More private sector long-term lets available in Cornwall will have a positive benefit for those seeking accommodation. As councillors, we are all aware of working people that simply cannot find places to rent. Colleagues, as well as the Trust's ability, if they wanted to take a high-profile leadership role, I've specifically referenced the National Trust because their holiday property portfolio is transparent. There are, of course, many others with large portfolios, and I hope they will give consideration to their position. I don't want to harm Cornwall Council's relationship with the National Trust, so I gave them the heads up, and they responded that they understand the issue and welcome the debate. With significant tax changes set to take effect in April 25, the UK's furnished holiday let tax regime will be revised, altering how landlords' holiday rentals are taxed. This provides a moment for Cornwall Council to highlight this and for all holiday property owners to consider if it's in their own bottom line interest, as well as society's, to move from holiday to long-term lets. Colleagues, we need to do more to resolve the housing crisis.
30 seconds.
800 families in temporary accommodation. This is bad for their life chances, for our society, and costs over 10 million a year. There are 20,000 households on the Cornwall Home Choice Register, yet 24,000 holiday let properties in Cornwall, an increase of 30% in the last 5 years. Colleagues, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor German. Councillor Frank.
Thank you,
So I'm very pleased to second this motion. The housing crisis in Cornwall is an issue that impacts on every corner of the duchy, from our rural hamlets to our bustling towns. It's a crisis that threatens not only those in need of homes, but the fabric of our communities, our key workers, our young families, and our elderly residents struggling to stay in the places they've always called home. Now, the National Trust has a proud history of stewardship and leadership in protecting our heritage. Today, we invite them to build on that legacy by addressing a modern crisis, the shortage of long-term rental properties. Many of their holiday lets were once family homes at the heart of our villages and rural economies. They can be again. Let's also acknowledge the moment we're in. Changes to the furnished holiday let tax regime give property owners a real opportunity and an incentive to reconsider how their properties are used. Supporting this motion encourages reflection and action, not just by the National Trust, but by all the organisations and individuals who own property in Cornwall. As Julian has said, this isn't a solution for every property, but it is a significant step. It sends a clear message that homes should first and foremost be for living, not just visiting. So in response to the motion being tabled, the National Trust has already acknowledged the importance of the issue and welcomed the debate. So colleagues, I invite you to support this motion to give substance and strength to that debate. Let's show a collective commitment to exploring every avenue, challenging every opportunity, and finding every possible way to provide homes for the people of Cornwall.
Thank you, Councillor Frank. Firstly, please can any members listed as pre-submitted supporters of the motion raise their hands if they wish to speak, please. Councillor Marrington.
I'm fully supportive of this, and I would like to put in a small amendment, which I have. Sit down. Okay. Yeah. I'd like to put in a small amendment too, if that's possible, which I think is okay. Do I read it out?
Read your amendment, please, and then we'll ask for a seconder.
Okay. The council also writes to other significant landowners in Cornwall who may have similar properties to ask them to consider if they can change any of their properties from short-term to long-term lets, and to support us in our efforts to tackle Cornwall's housing crisis.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Frost. Councillor German, are you willing to accept?
Happy to take on board, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Frank?
Yes, happy to accept.
Thank you. That now becomes the substantive. Councillor Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agreed to support this motion. I think purely because of the leadership role that National Trust can show, and I think the addition is welcome to the motion to say that they can give that leadership, and there are other landowners and property owners, especially some of the large ones in Cornwall, that I think could also look at how their portfolios are managed, and especially with the changes to the tax systems, they might find that they're actually better off taking them off Airbnb or other sites and putting them on a permanent basis to let to families within Cornwall. So that's why I'm supporting it. We are in a housing emergency which has got an awful lot worse over the last 4 years, so very happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Painter. Please can other members raise their hands now if they wish to speak? And please keep your hands up. Thank you. Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. I reject this motion. It is mean, it is targeted, and it is immensely political. It seeks to destroy, by defunding, an organisation that invests heavily in our communities and our societies with open spaces, with the care of our community heritage and our historic monuments. The vast majority of what they provide to us as a charity is free. It is wonderful. It is beautiful. It is societally important as an educational means of giving us a true understanding of our countryside, our environment, our history, and our culture. And what do they use as funds? They use our funds, our donations. They are entitled to seek to be commercially minded where they can. Are you going to suggest next that they close down or cut their prices in their shops by half? Irresponsible. This motion seeks to defund an institution that is at the heart of our communities, our heritage, and our society. I find it an abhorrent misuse of this place. The issue of housing and affordable housing is a very complex, huge task, and it involves government institutions. They will need to be involved in supporting measures to house our homeless. And the starting point is to enable us to ensure that all new housing that is affordable and for let is made available to the local communities first in all circumstances. That's where we should be going. This motion opens up an attempt to destroy and defund something that is precious and important. I urge you to reject this motion for the meanness of...
30 seconds.
Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This Thursday is my wife's birthday, and over the weekend I thought, oh, I might take her away for a clean weekend, somewhere nice. So, yeah, I might. And I looked up the National Trust here in Cornwall. They've got 79 properties that I could find that are part of their portfolio. When I actually went into it in more detail and added up all the cost per night of an Airbnb for perhaps a 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom cottage, or something that could be shared by 6 to 8 to 10 people, and then divided it by the number of properties, it came out at about £300 a night. And if you add that up over a period of a year, that's nearly £110,000 of income if those properties were let out throughout the year. And that is a massive amount to go to the National Trust to maintain the heritage, as quite rightly pointed out by Councillor Desmond, the heritage and the cost of running these establishments that are throughout the county. So for us to suggest that if you added it up over a week, it would be about £2,100 a week for a 6-bedroom property at £300 a night, it's 2,100 quid. Are you going to get £2,100 a week in rent? I don't think so. Is it going to go to families that can afford that sort of rent for these lovely properties? I don't think so. It will probably go to rent for perhaps somebody who's on £10,000 a week, or a service director or something like that, but not certainly your average Mr. and Mrs. and family in the street. So I can't support this, neither can I support the amendment, because that would take away the personal choice of people who own properties and wish to rent them out. It's up to them when the new laws come in and the new taxes come in, whether or not they wish to take their properties off of the Airbnb and holiday rental market and put it in the open market for families to rent. And that should be the same for the National Trust. And I agree with Councillor Desmond, an absolutely outstanding institution that do their work, and this would defund them of the cost, I worked it out, of about £110,000 a year. So no, I cannot support either the motion or the amendment.
birthday wishes to your lovely wife, Councillor Wills. Thank you. Councillor Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I can say is wow. I don't know where the last two speakers have got all of that bitterness from this motion. I really don't. And I'm here to represent those 20,000 plus families on our own home choice register. I don't know what it's like in your own divisions, but I have a serious housing crisis, emergency in St Ives, and mothers crying because they're about to get evicted. We should do everything we can possibly do to try and provide housing for local people. And if you really want to get me to get political, I represent those people, not an organisation which has probably had most of those properties given to them so that those people avoid death duty. So maybe some of them should have a death penalty. So let's try and focus here. I think it's absolutely right for us to ask an organisation like them. They've said they welcome the debate. It'll be interesting what debate they follow up with. But we do have to do joined up thinking and, more importantly, action here at Cornwall Council. You know, one of the biggest organisations responsible for not doing much to help that situation, I think, is Cornwall Council. Our planning system, which supports tourist housing over affordable homes for local people, is a disgrace. And we're known for it. Exception sites, 100% affordable, they're supposed to be. Every developer in the country, and those operating here in Cornwall, knows we'll accept 50%. So we need to look at ourselves, but I think it is most certainly all right, and not only just all right, but actually our duty to ask other people like the National Trust, like the large landowners, to say, you know what, why don't you think about it? You're part of the community. They do a fantastic job. It's great that they're here. And I think it's absolutely incumbent upon us and them to think about what they do here in Cornwall. And I will fight for those poor residents who are going to have no roof or no permanent roof over their heads within the next week, the next month, the next 6 months.
Councillor Cruz.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I don't think anybody here disputes the situation we're in, and it's a very difficult motion to satisfy your mind on. I am very torn on this. But one thing I'm absolutely certain about is the heritage that the National Trust has given us. If you think about it, I mean, I have a few issues with the National Trust at the moment, their wokeness, but when I'm out on my boat, which I sometimes luckily do, and I look back at the coastline of Cornwall, and I realise how very lucky we are not to be like some places in Europe, which are simply nothing but high-rise flats destroying the visual impact of our countryside and our coastline. And I really think that we have forgotten how important the National Trust is to us in preserving this very vital part and important part of our community. And I quite agree that we should be looking at every single aspect, but to penalise the National Trust, who have done so much for this county, I'm sorry, I just can't do it. Thank you.
Councillor Bunny.
Thank you, Chair. I love the National Trust. Many of us volunteer for the National Trust. Heritage is at the heart of almost everything I do in terms of my teaching. And I think it's really important that we welcome this motion and we support this motion, because heritage is so much more than empty buildings. Heritage is about community too. Last council meeting, we all spoke passionately in favour of our Cornish farming communities. Many of these rural communities that Councillor German and I know were farming communities, were small holdings, like the one down at Hemwick, where my granddad was born, and 6 branches of our family descend from. Penair on the Dodman, 3 branches of our family, James Mustoe is smiling at me, farmed there too. They were all living, breathing, tenanted farms that were left by good local people to the National Trust. Sadly, my family never owned any of them. We rented them. They are all holiday lets now, and many of them are empty, waiting to be converted, for whatever it might be. The National Trust is a fantastic organisation. I absolutely welcome the amendment because it isn't just about the National Trust, of course it isn't. But there is a responsibility on all of us, on Cornwall Council, on big landowners, on charities and organisations that many of us are members of and give money to cheerfully every month, to take the housing crisis and the housing emergency seriously, and also to remember that our Cornish communities are important. Our heritage is about families having somewhere to live too. And actually, I don't want to see a theme park Cornwall. I don't want to see a little hamlet that was once about farming and is now hollowed out with the odd holiday let to rent. I want to see real, living and breathing communities, and I want to see heritage at the very heart of it. So I love the National Trust. It's fantastic they welcome this motion. Let's send a clear message that heritage is about living communities as well.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
There we go. Thank you. I'm going to be very similar to what Michael has said. I wrote an article about this a couple of years ago when I got very frustrated over a Christmas walk seeing another farm complex become holiday lets. I looked on the Trust website, and as the motion says, there's over 500 holiday cottages you can visit across the UK. Of these, 108 are in Cornwall. That's 20%. That's a very, very high number. And before you say that's because the National Trust owns a lot of land in Cornwall, their website also says they own 5,000 houses and cottages to which they are a professional and fair landlord. They provide warm and comfortable homes at a fair market rent for people in more than 40 villages. Now, there is a big disparity here between what the National Trust does in its entirety and what it does in Cornwall. It talks a lot about certain areas where it's got lots of housing, about selecting tenants with skills that work in the rural areas. They meet identified social needs, and they look to be a significant housing provider. That's not happening in Cornwall, and we need to send a message that we'd like to see them doing in Cornwall what they do in other parts of the country. I don't think that's unreasonable. That's not undermining them as an organisation. And I would say to those people that have spoken about heritage, another heritage professional here, the National Trust does indeed safeguard the countryside. It safeguards our coast. But it also needs to protect the fabric of the human communities that occupy that same space. What's the point in protecting the Cornish coast if there's no Cornish people in it?
Councillor Barnes.
Thank you very much, Chair. A lot of people have spoken really from a privileged point of view, but I think of the people who don't have the privilege to have their own home. And I think we've got to try and encourage organisations, whoever they are, wherever they are, to try and create more housing for people to live in Cornwall. National Trust is a wonderful institution, but as Oscar Wilde said, who on earth wants to live in an institution? And I wasn't really too sure before this debate started, but when I heard Councillor Philip Desmond speak, I thought, no, I can't vote for that.
Councillor Craker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the sentiment of the motion. I will be supporting it. I do wonder if the proposer has a slight gripe, perhaps, to the National Trust. I'm not sure, because it does seem fairly aggressive, I think, in tone. Because the way I read this, actually, is around us writing to the National Trust and asking them as a landowner to look at their portfolio and review it to see if there is opportunities to allow more accommodation to come forward on long, secure lettings. The National Trust has become more activist in its nature over years. It's taken more of a role in the nature crisis and some of its colonial past and some countryside pursuits on their land. Some we may agree and some we may not. But if they are taking that approach, and this council has declared a housing crisis, they've accepted themselves that they've got some social responsibility in where they own land, and I don't see any issue in writing to them to ask them simply to review their estate and see what properties could become available to the market. And I don't think there's anything wrong with writing to other landowners to do the same. We're not telling them to do anything. We have no power over them, simply asking them and inviting them to review their portfolio. And if that brings even one new house or home onto the market and available to local people, that can only be a good thing. Thank you.
Councillor Conway.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak on this until Councillor Will spoke, and he made out that the Cornwall Council was going to be an authority that was going to be absolutely demanding with a big stick that you will let these properties out now. This isn't the case. This recommendation requests that things are done. I agree entirely with what Councillor Craker was saying. Soften the request, and I would be totally in favour of it, so that we are asking people with holiday cottages to consider whether some of them could be brought within the housing allocation, and in that way I can support it, no problem. I would also just like to mention that as a council we need to make sure we're following our own way. The Harbours Board apparently have a holiday let in Malpas. Shall we also write to them and ask them to include that within the whole resolution? Thank you.
Right to respond, Mr. Chairman.
He did mention you. Keep it brief, please, Councillor Wills.
I did not say that. If you listen to what I said, instead of trying to think what other people have said, you might have got it right. I'm sure people in this chamber will heard what I said, and I certainly did not say what you've just said.
Thank you. Councillor McKenna, welcome. Good to see you.
Chair, thank you. I just want to highlight a few financial sort of points. I've just had a look at the National Trust's accounts for the last financial year, and responding to some extent to the estimable Councillor Desmond, who normally I get on with, but on this occasion I think he's got completely the wrong end of the stick. So I just want to point out 5 figures. In the last year, year ended 24, there was an increase in commercial income to the Trust of £20 million. They had a record year for fundraising. They raised £117.9 million. Overall, I had an income growth of £58.8 million last year, compared with a cost growth of £32.4 million. Total income for the year was £754.7 million. So reflecting the fact that 20% of their housing stock is in Cornwall nationally, it's entirely reasonable to request that they consider letting their stock or some of their stock. And to be absolutely clear for those who've had a pop at Councillor German, he made it clear when he spoke originally that he had spoken to the National Trust and they were comfortable with this notice of motion. So I would urge members not to support Councillor Desmond on this occasion, but to go with the motion and crack on, because we really have a desperate housing situation across Cornwall, not just in particular areas. Thank you.
Thank you. 7 more speakers, so please try and keep it brief if we can. Councillor Gardner, please.
Yeah, I mean, when I first looked at this proposal, I thought, what's Councillor German got against the National Trust? And one of the reasons around that was the fact that seemingly no correspondence had taken place. It wasn't included in the motion. It would be really useful, Councillor German, perhaps if you could share that correspondence in writing so we can understand whether it was the chief exec you spoke to or Bob, the guy who mans the shed on the entrance to Crantock car park. What I've got about there, I think we all support the intent here. We all support what's trying to be done. You know, something active, something useful and contributory to
the housing crisis. What I've got against is it just singles out one. The National Trust aren't the largest landowner in Cornwall by any stretch of the imagination. Why aren't we mentioning the Duchy? Why aren't we mentioning the MOD? Why aren't we mentioning other large landowners? Why the National Trust? So hang on. What I would say, the National Trust are mentioned in point 1. Nobody else is mentioned individually. I mean, I could really get behind this. I think we should contact all the large landowners. I could get behind this if we removed point 1, let me finish, removed point 1, to just have that the council writes to all significant landowners in Cornwall who may have similar properties to ask them to consider. Remove point 1, it doesn't serve any purpose. The council writes to all significant landowners in Cornwall, and that's the thing. Obviously, the National Trust would be in that, but we need to get the others on board as well. We need to get the MOD, we need to get the Duchy, we need to get the other large significant landowners. It's not just about the National Trust. So I would happily propose another amendment that point 1 is removed in its entirety. The council writes to all significant landowners in Cornwall. So replace the word to other with to all, and I'm happy to propose that as an amendment.
I've got Councillor Double as a seconder. Got a seconder, thank you. Councillor German, are you willing to accept?
No, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Give us a moment, please.
I didn't find Councillor Gardner's behaviour very becoming of a councillor and respectful in the chamber either, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor German. Members, so it is an acceptable amendment, so I'm now going to take speakers on the amendment, please. Speakers on the amendment. Keep your hands up for a moment, please. Councillor Tudor.
Yeah, thank you. It would be much easier for me to support Councillor German's motion if the amendment was put on. And what I wanted to say was, I've listened to the debate and I thought I was going to say one thing, and then I listened to Councillor Cole and Councillor McKenna, and then thought, well, I've changed my mind a bit. So I think that the reasons and the aspirations behind this motion are really honourable and the right reasons. But I just wanted to talk about sort of my experience when I was lucky enough to work with Cornwall Community Land Trust, and we were building a small estate of, I think it was about 18 homes in Julo, and it was on Duchy land. And the idea with Cornwall Community Land Trust homes is they are affordable to live in, and they are affordable in perpetuity, forever. Now, the only deal that we could reach, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor George, with the Duchy, was that they would agree to the build of affordable homes on their land, but with a 100-year lease. So not in perpetuity, not forever. And it was very difficult to reach an agreement with them. Now, these big landlords, like Lord Falmouth and King Charles, they can play the long game. They don't care. They've got this land. And so my thoughts were, again, like Councillor Gardner, why we seem to be, the wording of this motion seems to be picking on the National Trust. And I'm a member of the National Trust, and me and my children have really enjoyed going to National Trust places. And why are we putting a charity front and forward on this motion? Why are we not concentrating on the Duchy and Tregothnan Estate? So that is why I support this amendment. And I want to support the motion. I want to support Councillor German's motion. It would make it a lot easier for me to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of brief points. I just want to I welcome the earlier amendment, which broadens the thing out, but I think there is some valid reasons for keeping the National Trust in as a separate item. And I listened carefully to Councillor Gardner and Councillor Tudor, but so that my reasons are, A, they have a stated social conscience, which I don't believe a lot of other landowners have, and B, unlike all the other landowners we've discussed, they are a membership organisation, which means that when this debate gets out into the general public, their members might say, hang on a minute, I'm a National Trust member, that's something I would like to see happen. And I know from previous things in the National Trust that they have a very strong voice in their thing. So, I'm putting those up as valid reasons why I do think the National Trust is sensible to have them named separately from all the other people. And as Councillor Tudor said, a lot of the other landowners are going to play a very long game on this. And I don't believe the National Trust would. I think if they go for something, they will do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Merrington.
Sorry, am I speaking? Yeah, it's working. I've been quite surprised how this has gone, and a bit shocked, I suppose. But it feels it's got far too political. I didn't mention. I don't think I could support the amendment because I put my part in and specifically put "and" in our efforts to support at the end, because it might not be that the holiday lets are the bit, but it's about getting these organisations to work together. The housing crisis is going to get tackled by everybody playing their part. And these big businesses, these big landowners, and some are businesses, are ethically driven as well. And we can see that through some of them and the work they do already. So with the Duchy and Crown Estate and things that are going on elsewhere in the country as well. So but I specifically didn't put or name landowners in my amendment because I haven't had the conversations. Councillor German has, and there are reasons why the National Trust, and as Jim and Councillor McKenna's points and Dominic Fairman's points, Councillor Fairman's points, state there are reasons why I think they should be at the front to show a leadership role that could bring everybody together. But to my mind, something like this, when you have to look at every single aspect of how you sort the housing crisis, it could just be that big landowners think small hamlets could be a part of the solution to be actually, changing the landscape. We've got these huge problems with the numbers coming in now, with our housing numbers that have changed so drastically. And this is about us all playing our part. And I just feel if the National Trust, if we've got that starting point, but I've specifically put in all landowners, and that could be MOD, it could be whatever, and the bit at the end, and to support in our efforts. And I think that covers all bases. I wrote it quite carefully to that point, but I specifically didn't mention individuals because I thought that wasn't fair. I haven't had those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. The monitoring officer has indicated that he'd like to come in. Monitoring officer.
Thank you, Chairman. So I just wanted to clarify what you were debating as an amendment, because looking at the wording up there, it doesn't quite hang together and it misses elements of Councillor German's as to planning and what have you. So, being the industrious sort that I am, I've coupled together a form of words that might fit Councillor Gardner's amendment, which are that Cornwall Council writes to all significant landowners in Cornwall to ask them to consider if they can change any of their properties from short-term to long-term lets, and then in brackets, that meet the minimum size requirements for a dwelling and do not have any planning or other legal restriction preventing them from being used as permanent homes, and to support us in our efforts to tackle Cornwall's housing crisis. Now, I think that's what you were saying, but it didn't translate to up there. So if you're agreeable, we'll get that up on the screen instead.
Happy with that, Councillor?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Thank you. Councillor Double, happy with that? Thank you. We'll get that up on the screen. So continuing the list of speakers, Councillor Cruz, please.
Thank you very much. I'd be very happy to support the amendment. It takes the highlight away from the National Trust, and it's an aspiration that we should support.
Short and sweet. Thank you, Councillor Cruz. Councillor German.
Thank you, Chairman. So I thank Councillor Craker for his words, always calm and sensible. And if we did get back, if this does fall, I have a small tweak to the first sentence. of the original motion that might be helpful to him, and I thank him for putting that across. I hadn't noticed the wording came across, as he said, aggressively. I didn't think it did, but I do understand what he was saying. The National Trust's stated ambition, not my words, their stated ambition, is to create vibrant places. And I hope that this discussion, a discussion with the National Trust, will give space for the National Trust to help to think about how it can help to tackle the housing crisis. So absolutely, I think for the reasons that have been said by others, the National Trust have a specific place in Cornwall as a membership organisation, as a key property owner within Cornwall. In terms of the amendment, I can't support it, and the monitoring officers helpfully now made it make sense. But we're talking about significant landowners, so if Councillor Harris, who knows, whoever has a portfolio of 50 properties, does that make them a significant landowner? This is part of the challenge that I see with this. It's about people that own holiday lets at a significant number. The National Trust were named because we can identify them. That's very transparent. The amendment broadens that out, but this really becomes amorphous, and I'm not confident then that it brings focus to taking action forward. And what we need is action to tackle the housing crisis.
Five more speakers on the amendment. Another plea to please keep it short and sweet. Councillor Monk, please.
Thank you, Chair, for bringing me in. I perhaps should sit somewhere else to get your attention.
I would say, as portfolio holder, Councillor Monk, I was going to try and bring you in at the end so that you could helpfully sum up. But I can bring you in first next time, if that's what you prefer.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just speaking on this amendment. I think we need to sort of work together here to actually come up with an acceptable form of words. I think when the Councillor German's motion came forward, I was a bit concerned about why we seem to be picking on the National Trust. But that's been explained through the debate that we've had. It's been very, very clear, and there's some very valid points. However, Councillor Marrington immediately allayed my fears by mentioning significant other landowners. And I thought, here we go, I can actually get behind this now, where previously I was struggling to. And then my colleague has said we should keep National Trust out of the wording. My own personal opinion, before I mention later in the debate about what I feel about what's been said, is that it'd be good to have a real good phrase that actually does include the words National Trust, because we've had assurances from Councillor German that he's been speaking at a reasonably high level with National Trust, that they are expecting something to come to them anyway. So if we can just agree a strong form of wording along the lines of what Councillor Gardner says, however, mentioning National Trust, then I think we've got there on this part of the amendment. Then we can have a chat with the rest of the motion after. So I'm very, very keen to just come together with some acceptable phrase of wording. Thank you.
Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to support the amendment that is put forward by Councillor Gardner. The original proposal was, as others have said, aggressive and spiteful, targeted in profile to the institution that supports so many old, young and all with free access to the countryside heritage environment. To pluck out the name of National Trust in the motion put forward originally was simply unacceptable. The amendment adopts the spirit of this motion and is worthy of applause. Housing need is a county-wide issue, and all land and property owners have a part to play. Let us start with the house builders. Making provision of social housing mean it, and make it binding that only demonstrably local families and residents will benefit. Not those from outside the county, a Cornwall need first and foremost. This motion, with this amendment, will deal with that particular crisis in a way which I think will be helpful and express the principles we have for ensuring that our people have appropriate housing. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely support the motion or the amendment as proposed by Councillor Louis Gardner. Sorry, Ollie, on that one. I think it might have been Councillor Tudor who said, who said that the National Trust have a social conscience. This is far too big a subject, far too big a debate to just have it with the National Trust. I absolutely believe that this is our moment in time to put that challenge out to as many big landowners as possible to come together collaboratively to see what we can do to work together to possibly free up some of those holiday lets that could be made available to the huge numbers that we've got on our housing waiting lists. I think I'm looking towards Councillor Cole and Councillor Bunny who made reference to the history that they've shared with their ancestors. And I think we all know that a hollow community does not make a good place to live. It has a knock-on effect for so many people who are trying to survive. It has a knock-on effect on our schools, it has a knock-on effect on our NHS, it has a knock-on effect on adult social care. You don't have that community around you to help within your family and your extended family. Now, this is not going to provide communities built overnight, but I do believe getting people around the table, talking and seeing the social consciences of everybody as a challenge to see what we can do to support the real issue that we all acknowledge is in Cornwall on housing. So I absolutely hope that we can get behind Councillor Louis Gardner's amendment and move forward and start those discussions and put those challenges out so the people of Cornwall can see that we are here to try and make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Members, the list is growing, so I am going to draw a line under the last person I've got on the list, but I would ask, please, new points only on the amendment. Councillor Dwelly.
Yeah, very quickly, thank you. I think we may be mischaracterising the National Trust, some of my colleagues today. They are often willing to engage very positively with new ideas for change. I'll give one quick example. And my son Nat at Mounts Bay School did a project on Trengwainton, which led to a discussion, and Councillor George was part of it, with the National Trust about recognising the history of slavery on parts of that estate. They engaged positively, they've changed things. I suspect they may be very pleased to look at this as long as it's a request, which is what the word says, and they may be able to set an example to other major landowners. And also, this discussion may lead to those landowners thinking about land they own and whether they might want to participate in this council's site request, call for sites. So let's engage positively. Nobody is attacking the National Trust. That is a nonsense, and you know it, I think. Let's please work with them, request in a friendly way, and see if they can do what they've done before, which is to respond to new thinking. Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr Stokes helpfully suggested some new wording to make the amendment make sense, but he's really falling quite short as far as I'm concerned today. Sorry, Matt. Every word in the brackets, I think, goes to explain my point earlier about us being part of the problem. Now, a dwelling of minimum size, I understand that one, but if you go to one of the people that we've been paying the hotel bill for the last 4 years and they've lived in a one room, Would they want to stay there, or would they have a slightly, probably very nicely decorated holiday accommodation? I'm sure they'd pick that. And as for just basically how the hell are there any properties in Cornwall that have a planning or legal restriction that allows them to be a holiday home fit for purpose, but nobody is allowed to live in it? That's a disgrace.
Monitoring officer.
So, can I, not to put too fine a point on it, those words in brackets were lifted directly from the original motion. So I don't think I'm a disgrace, Councillor. Well, no.
I'd never said you were a disgrace. I said the fact that there is a legal planning objection to a home in Cornwall not being a home, that is a disgrace.
Well, if I may finish, I've taken those words directly from the original motion, which it appeared to me you didn't have a problem with, but I may have misconstrued what you were saying. I don't think I've fallen short. I've tried to facilitate the debate and come up with a form of words that Councillor Gardner and Councillor Double were happy with as their amendment. Now, well, yeah, there'll be a vote on the amendment, and it'll fall or stand, and then we might end up with another form of words.
Thank you both.
Didn't hear a word of that.
4 to go. Councillor Jenkin, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will sit down because I can't hear anything over that side of the room either. I don't think that we should replace a carefully crafted motion with a very vague amendment. The amendment as it stands is so vague that all we've got to do is write to a few people and then that's it. And there's no on to long-term discussion and working together in partnership. Cornwall Council already have a tradition of working in partnership with the National Trust and other organisations, both through the area of outstanding natural beauty, national landscapes, and the World Heritage Site and other areas. We already have that positive partnership approach with the National Trust. So yes, we can ask other people, but we haven't got the same relationship that has already been expressed. That amendment, as it's put forward, basically just says write to a few people. And I don't think that's good enough. I think we need to have that carefully crafted motion with the amendment from Councillor Marrington that actually was included in it to ensure that other organisations are also approached. That covers everything. I don't understand why we need this amendment. And from the point of view of understanding who the National Trust is, I'm a life member of the National Trust. I've worked with them in a voluntary capacity. I've worked with them in a paid capacity. They are part of our community. They exist to maintain our heritage and our communities. And asking them to work with us on this is not anything detrimental at all. It's part of what we should be doing as Cornwall Council and what they should be doing as a community organisation in Cornwall. So please don't vote on the amendment. Let's just get back to the original motion and vote it through.
Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. I hate to agree with a Conservative member, but I actually really agree with Ollie. He wanted to bring a form of wording together that we could all get behind, and instead we've got this black and white yes or no. Now we've got a recommendation that I feel actually negates the title of the motion, which is called National Trust to use their holiday property portfolio for the long term, and then we're going to vote on a recommendation that doesn't even mention anything that is part of the title, which I think is quite frankly ridiculous. I think we should reject the amendment and then actually come up with a form of wording that we can all get behind, as Ollie has said, because I think that is actually more helpful to the people of Cornwall than sat in here arguing what's black and what's white.
Councillor Arthur.
I'll be brief because I'm hungry. I was just going to say, this day and age, who wants to be a landlord? You're much maligned. You've got to, you've got to chase rents. There's only bad landlords. You never see bad tenants. If we're going to go down this route, you can earn more in 8 weeks in the summer than you can the whole year with the hassle of having a tenant. If we're going to go down this route and ask these people and just send a letter, we need to back it up to say, Ollie needs to get behind it. We'll guarantee the rents of the tenants. We'll bring your EPC levels up and have some substance behind it, which is going to make a landlord think, do you know what? That's probably worth me doing. Because otherwise they're just going to say no. You know, we need to back it up with something.
Thank you. I'm hearing murmurs from my left-hand side. I've got a list of speakers. We're on the last one. I will hear the list of speakers. There are still a list of speakers for the original recommendation that we've got that we will need to get back to depending on the result of this. But for now, we are taking speakers on the amendment. Councillor Cole, you are last. Thank you.
My thoughts were similar to Lee Frost's, and I thought that Ollie's contribution was very measured, and we seem to have fallen into the trap again of having 90% agreement, but managing to have a 2-hour disagreement about exactly how we put it into a form of words. So I was just hoping that, again, we could actually do a bit of work. Yeah, Loveday might be right. Surely there's a form of words that could be created that actually the vast majority could unite behind.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. So we've got the amendment. It's on the screen behind us and in front of us. We are now going to go to a vote on the amendment. Please look at your microphone bases. For, abstain, and against, please.
A couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
And it's lost. So moving back to the original motion and recommendations we've got before us, going back to my original list, and Councillor Mould is first up.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'd lost the thread. Just some clarification. Sorry, everybody. No, right, can you hear me now? Normally, I'm rather loud. You can hear me. Just some clarification for me, if possible, because I understand the motion, I understand the ask, but are we actually asking that a proportion of these properties become to us at social rent, or are we merely asking for long-term rent? Because I would question, if it was just a case of open market long-term rent, how that possibly could help us with our crisis that we have, with the amount of people on our housing list. Because the first thing that people say to me when I say, have you found somewhere to rent? Every time I look for something that open market rent, I cannot afford it. So I do wonder, long term, even if they did agree to allowing a proportion of their houses to be taken off the holiday rental and put back into long-term rent, how much benefit to the people of Cornwall who actually really need this housing at affordable rates it would benefit. That is my concern as to whether I will vote or not vote for this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mould. Councillor German can cover that when he sums up at the end. Thank you. Councillor Rushworth.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm glad the motion was lost, because I think we need to widen this debate a bit, because it's not really small groups of landowners with holiday lets that's the problem. It's people who are taking their houses out of having residential rents in them to holiday accommodation. And that's why I think Councillor German has been very clever in approaching this through the National Trust. They're grown-up people. They won't take offence about what we're saying to them. They'll make a decision which suits them. But what it will do by naming the National Trust, we will get maximum coverage in the press. And a lot of people with second homes now, you know, they're struggling to get 7 weeks. That's why they're not applying for business rates. Several people have phoned me and said, we can't get 7 weeks rent. So I said, well, turn it back into holiday, into full-time accommodation. And by getting this problem over, because we have a desperate problem in Cornwall for housing. It's not just going to be filled by lots of new planning permission comes and we're building more and more houses. We've got to get a lot of the old stock back into full-time rental. So I think Councillor German has been right. I support Councillor Monk and I support what Councillor Jenkins said. We have to. It's the bigger picture that we have to bring in, and the more exposure we get, and letting them know what the problem is the way forward. And my father-in-law, in answer to Councillor Carol Moore. My father-in-law had a big old farmhouse back when North Cornwall Council were in control of the area, and they gave him a grant to turn it into a big grant, which he couldn't afford to do, to turn it into 8 apartments. And he was then tied up for so many years to let it at affordable rent. So that's something I think that another committee could go and look at and see if within the housing money, it may be more beneficial to give small grants to people to start letting their houses at affordable rents. Just a suggestion, but I'm going to be supporting the motion, and I think Councillor German is very wise to pick a national figure like National Trust, because that will give the media exposure and start other people thinking about it.
Thank you, Councillor Rushworth. We've had a substantial debate on this morning. We were aiming for a 1:20 lunch break. I aim to keep as close to that as possible. We've got 4 speakers left, but I'm not going to take any more after that. Then we're going to go to Councillor German to sum up. So, Councillor Tudor, you were on the original list. Do you wish to speak again?
No, thanks, fine.
Excellent, thank you very much. Councillor Marrington, do you wish to speak again?
Only to say that last line, and to support us in our efforts, is quite important to note.
Thank you. Councillor Rich.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm going to support this motion, largely because the private rental market in Cornwall is absolutely under huge pressure. You've got 200 applications. Every time a private rental comes on the market, you've got 150 to 200 people going for it. There simply isn't enough. Many of our households in temporary accommodation in Cornwall have not been evicted from social housing or affordable housing. They've been evicted under no-fault Section 21 evictions from private rentals. So we do need open market houses. There are many people, key workers, not millionaires, earning average wages that don't qualify for social housing or affordable housing. They need private rentals. They're in budget hotels right now. Their only realistic chance of a permanent place to live is a private rental. And I think Councillor German's being very wise about this. We don't want to put the National Trust under pressure to get to suddenly become a social landlord, and then they will be defunded if that happens. But you want to give them a chance to let some properties out where it's financially viable for them to do so, where it makes sense for them, but it also gets those people, those families, out of that emergency accommodation into good quality, long-term permanent accommodation. And even if this motion just helps one family, I think it would have been worth the debate, quite frankly, because they're going through hell right now, Chair.
Councillor Monk.
Yeah, thank you. So, as I was saying before, when this motion came up, I thought, yeah, fine, I can see why it's coming from, and I was minded not to support it originally. I am reassured that we've already had an amendment accepted by Councillor Marrington that will include writing to all significant landowners as well as the National Trust, or you can put the National Trust and significant landowners, and I think that covers it. I'm not bothered which way round it goes. I don't want another amendment on it either, so it's up to either the monitoring officer to suggest some words, or it's up to Julian to say which way around he wants to say it. But if it says that the National Trust including all significant landowners, or if it says all significant landowners including the National Trust, I think either way of those I think is acceptable, and I think it'd probably be acceptable for most of the people here as well. You're right, we've got a massive problem of a lack of social and rented properties, and properties in general across Cornwall. I think it's prudent to ask all people to make available their properties. I take issue with the fact that what is the council doing? The council has made strenuous efforts to approach all landlords, both corporate and private, to see if they've got an offer, if they can make their properties available more readily to the private rented sector or indeed social housing. We've got Homes for Cornwall, quite a well-to-do body who's making the argument and the case in circles that the council doesn't normally reach, that land should be made available for either an exception site or affordable housing. So we're doing quite a lot on that. And I think we've also forgotten as well that the determination that this administration and the council in general drove through the supporting of second homes council tax as well, which will start coming in now. We've already seen anecdotal evidence, and Councillor Harris will testify to this, of the glut of properties that are now available on the open market, as a lot of incidental holiday second homeowners and holiday homeowners are now trying to exit that market as well. And those properties are quite expensive. But to answer Councillor Mould's case, what this does is it staircases people out of those affordable properties who've got a little bit more money, who can start to afford a bit more rent, and it moves them out of those
30 seconds.
And the net result is you get more people moving through the property system and getting people into properties that they can afford. So I am going to support the actual motion. Just those final words on the actual way it's worded. But apart from that, yeah, I can support this. But I think what we need to really do is make sure that in areas like the Roseland, when affordable schemes come forward, that they are supported at divisional level, and we start building more properties, exception sites, in areas with the greatest housing need. Thank you.
Councillor Monk, was that a formal proposal or an informal request to Councillor German, please?
An informal request.
Monitoring officer.
Sorry, I was only going to come in on that if I really needed to, but just to observe that I'd rather not sit here for another hour trying to draft by committee something that's already said.
Councillor German, would you please sum up?
I've not got a form of words from Councillor Monk. I'm happy if he wants to send one to the monitoring officer, whoever, while I'm talking. But my form of words, recognising Councillor Craker's point, was that Cornwall Council writes to the National Trust's, I've lost it now. Second National Trust. The National Trust consider using, so take out the word use and consider using, so that we're not being dictatorial. I didn't realise that my language was being dictatorial. It wasn't meant in that way, but I absolutely understand the point. So that was the amendment that I had. I think we're talking about the National Trust in the first one, but then in the second one, we're talking about all other significant landowners. So it's broadened out. So I think that helps everyone to understand that it's not signalling out the National Trust. And at this point, I would like to take the opportunity to totally reject Councillor Desmond's assertions about about me talking about defunding and putting it in that context, or Councillor Cruz talking about penalising the National Trust. It's absolutely not about that. It's about having a grown-up conversation about what works for landlords, what works for residents, what works for communities. Councillor Mould asked about private sector rental, and actually Councillor Monk, I thought, provided a good answer to her question, so I won't repeat it. What I do have a challenge with, though, Councillor Monk, is the administration's record. And when we talk about second homes council tax, well, there's no allocation from second homes council tax, that 23 million, none of it is allocated for tackling the housing crisis. So you're happy to say, yes, we've done this, but we're not then translating that into tackling the housing crisis. I moved a motion at council on the 26th of November about funding for community-led housing early stage feasibility funds. Councillor Monk hasn't yet found the opportunity to meet with me to discuss that motion. That's the 5th of February, that meeting's in the diary. So the administration absolutely haven't been taking the housing crisis seriously. The number of long-term empty homes was driven down over the last decade, but in this council, each year the numbers have gone up. We're now the 6th highest of any authority in England. So, colleagues, please support the motion. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
German,
Sorry, point of order.
Point of order, yes, please. Councillor Harris.
Sorry, I'm not sure I can, but I will try. Councillor German just referred to a motion he put up on using the £23 million from second homes. Sorry, well, you said something about it. This was considered and dealt with in a motion at Cabinet last week.
Councillor Harris, Councillor Desmond.
Yeah, as a point of order or clarification, what are we actually voting for now after what Councillor German just said? If he's watering down if he is watering down the tone of what he had to say, then that will be a great improvement, removing the appearance of an aggressive, targeted argument about the National Trust. Watered down, as you've just said, Councillor German, would be, I think, something supportive.
So Councillor German has literally just finished. Monitoring officer was just about to come in, so I'm going to now hand over to the monitoring officer to give us some advice, members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to clarify, Councillor German, that in the second line, halfway along, just to the right of trust, you want to take out use and put consider using. And your seconder's happy with that? Yeah, so.
Great.
Do you want us to input that, or are you happy to take that as it is as you go to the vote? Sorry?
I believe I'm the seconder, not Councillor
Sorry, yeah, I got lost. Are you happy?
I am indeed.
Good.
So we've got some wording on the screen. I am going to take a vote on the wording on the screen. Plus the consider using change that we've literally just spoken about. Members, on your microphone devices, please take a vote. For, against, abstain. Thank you.
Couple of seconds. Vote closed.
Vote closed. Vote carried. The time, congratulations. The time is 1:30. We're only 10 minutes behind. I will see you all, please, at 2:10. See you shortly.
I've got to go at 3:30. I'm on school people.
Valiant try, but I think the mood was to...
Actually, all the rest of the Cabinet abstained.
Yeah, I should...
Good afternoon, members. We are now live. Can you please come in and take your seats? Thank you. Councillor Rushworth, please take your seats. Agenda item 9.3, devolution for Cornwall. Can we come in and sit down, please? Thank you. Thank you. Agenda item 9.3, devolution for Cornwall. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 12.4, I'm using my discretion to enable the motion to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor Cole to move and Councillor LeBroy to second the motion set out on page 75 of your agenda pack. I will then bring in any of the supporters who wish to speak before opening up to the wider council for debate. Much like this morning, members, I please ask that you refrain from repeating points made by previous speakers. Councillor Cole, I'm going to come to you first, please.
Thank you. I'm pleased to move this motion, which is self-explanatory. Since a general election, it has been positive to see politicians of all shades come together to make the case for more powers for Cornwall. I was proud to see all 6 of our MPs join with the group leaders from across this council, Conservative, Independent, Liberal Democrat, Labour and maybe Kernow Green, in signing a letter to the government seeking greater autonomy for Cornwall. Linked to this, we all know that local councils cover many of our larger towns, have also come together in support of devolution on a Cornwall footprint, and only last week, Cornwall's businesses came out overwhelmingly in favour of the same. The white paper was published in December, and I acknowledge it did not contain what we had hoped. We may be disappointed, but I believe it is vital that we maintain our unity in pushing for a standalone devolution deal for Cornwall. Colleagues, it is also extremely important that we support the efforts of our 6 MPs in continuing to support a new devolution settlement that properly reflects Cornwall's unique position within the UK and the national minority status of the Cornish. I am grateful that Para Moon MP has publicly called for councillors to support this motion. I know that Councillor Andrew George MP will be making a contribution later in this debate, and I presume he will outline why we need to stand as one. It is my hope that everyone in this chamber does accept that this motion has not been written to make political mischief. The intention of this statement is actually to bring people together, and it rightly pays tribute to everyone who has been working on this over the last 6 months. It's my perspective that we all want greater powers for Cornwall, though we may have varying views about what form this might take. This motion reflects that. It does not, for example, ask you to sign up to Mebby and Kernow's Towards a Cornish Parliament policy document, brilliant though it is. This motion expresses support for the principle of devolution on a Cornwall footprint and states that we do not support a South West Peninsula mayoral authority being imposed on Cornwall. I accept that some councillors may be fearful that if we do not accept being subsumed into a Devolution setup, we may end up getting less funding from central government. And it is fair to say there have been some unfortunate comments of that ilk from the eastern side of the Tamar in recent days. Friends, now is not the time to be defeatist. At this very early stage in the rolling out of the programme detailed in the government's white paper, we need to be bold. We have yet to see the timetable for the devolution legislation, which could be amended by MPs. And as democratically elected representatives of Cornwall, now is the time to send a strong message to Westminster of what we actually want for Cornwall. Please back this important motion today. All of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor LeBroy, please second the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to second this motion. Councillors, colleagues, I believe this issue is of critical importance to Cornwall. The future of Cornwall is at stake, and I believe a clear position taken by this council will help to guide our leaders. I'm convinced that Cornwall should remain absolutely independent, preserving our unique identity, heritage, and ability to serve our community effectively. Cornwall is unique. Our history, culture, and traditions are deeply rooted in our language and people. We're not just another county authority, we're a distinct community with a proud Celtic heritage. I don't need to remind you that on the 24th of April 2014, the UK government recognised the Cornish as a national minority under the European Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities. This affords us the same status as the Scots, Welsh and Irish. Combining Cornwall with other local authorities risks diluting this identity, reducing our voice in decision-making and diminishing the sense of pride that unites us. Our unique identity is not just an asset to Cornwall, but to the entire nation. Cornwall has specific challenges that require tailored solutions. From our rural economy to our reliance on industries like fishing, agriculture and tourism, our needs are distinct from other areas. Decisions made by a larger, more distant authority may overlook these challenges. Maintaining independence ensures that local policies reflect local realities, so that we tackle issues like housing, transport and economic development in the most appropriate way for Cornwall. Merging with other authorities at any level could lead to inefficiencies, not improvements. While supporters of a combined authority may say that a larger authority will provide opportunity, my feeling is that it would simply lead to increased bureaucracy and less accountability. We don't need a vague promise of extra funding if we're prepared to sell out Cornwall. What we do need is fair funding that recognises the difficulties and costs of providing services in a rural location. Since becoming a unitary authority, Cornwall Council has been working hard to understand our communities, its challenges, our strengths and opportunities. Centralised decision-making risks creating a blanket-type approach which we know rarely benefits anyone. There is a democratic principle at stake here. Decisions about Cornwall should be made by Cornish people who live here and are invested in our future.
30 seconds.
Cornish independence is about more than just governance. It's about protecting who we are and ensuring that our communities can thrive. By remaining independent, we safeguard that identity and address our challenges with clarity. Most importantly, we ensure that the people of Cornwall remain in control of shaping our future. Thank you, and please support this motion.
Thank you both. Firstly, please can members listed as pre-submitted supporters of the motion raise your hands if you wish to speak, please. Thank you. Councillor Bunny.
Barrows, Chair. I'm really excited about this motion. I think we're in a political realm now where there's a huge opportunity for a unique devolution deal for Cornwall. We must absolutely speak as one voice to press for a unique Cornish solution. And the economic case, the Chamber of Commerce have been really, really clear that the entrepreneurialism, the invention, and that Cornish case study is so attractive in terms of economic regeneration and development. And it's really important that this isn't a political football, that we don't turn this into a attack on the Labour Party or the Conservatives or whichever government or whichever administration. The reason I believe in devolution is because we can have bottom-up solutions to government. We can have cooperation. We can have a politics that focuses on our communities and moves beyond petty Westminster party politics, because wisdom does not come from one corner of the chamber or the duchy. So this is a unique opportunity to harness our love and our pride in Cornwall. And our pride is not really about waving a Cornish flag or wearing a tartan tie for certain events, although many of us like to do that. Cornish identity runs far deeper. It's recognised internationally. The T-shirt I am wearing underneath here, and Loveday is too, is a map of Cornwall with the name for Cornwall in all our in all our European languages. Every European nation, every language has a word for Cornwall, and that shows the thousand. Easy, Loveday. Now, I never expected that to happen in the council chamber. What I was about to say was, I could show that to you, but many of us, I hope I get more time here. For once, I'm lost for words. Many of us, as well as wearing T-shirts with pride, also have tattoos representing Cornwall. And it would be inappropriate to reveal those, because where could this debate lead to? Although Loveday's beaten me to that. But the key point here is the spirit, the enthusiasm, the community energy and the economic potential of a Cornish bespoke deal for devolution is huge. So let's harness that. Let's harness our Cornish support for
30 seconds.
Let's look for a bespoke Cornish deal. Let's speak as one voice, all parties, all communities, to say to the government, whichever shade, this is what we want. Let's get to that negotiating table. Let's make sure we work hard, most importantly, to improve the lives of our people here in the Duchy. But most importantly, let's have a clear message, because when you go into negotiations, clarity is key. Please support the motion.
Wow, what a first day in the new job, Councillor Jenkins. Thank you. Councillor Fitter, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I support this motion because it's putting a marker down to the heritage of Cornwall. You don't have to speak the Cornish language. You don't have to have deep roots in the county. But you can, at the same time, know that Cornwall has a special quality. Its uniqueness that is not shared by the rest of the United Kingdom. We are indeed the Duchy of Cornwall. We are proud of being in the Duchy of Cornwall, and we are different. We are different because we provide a character and a presence in the United Kingdom that people envy, and that is why we're probably the most popular destination for visitors. But we need to protect ourselves from what I might call influences beyond the borders. We need to protect our character, and this is what this motion attempts to do. But at the same time, we want to be full partners with the United Kingdom, and that is why, by creating a special character for Cornwall and protecting the character that we've had for hundreds of years, we will protect our integrity and the integrity and the character of the whole United Kingdom. So I fully support this amendment. As I say, I don't speak the Cornish language. I don't pretend to know the history of Cornwall, but God, I am so proud to be Cornish, proud to be in this chamber, and proud to be speaking on behalf of the people of Cornwall. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Frost.
Thank you, and that's quite timely, Councillor Fitter, because I am about to give you a history lesson. So, in 924 AD, King Athelstan was crowned the King of the Anglo-Saxons, and in 927 he was crowned King of the English, and he reigned until 939 AD. But what's interesting about that, in 936, he set the formal border between Cornwall and England at the Tamar, and that has stayed the same ever since. We have a rich culture, a rich history, and I think we now, as public representatives of Cornwall, need to stand up for that. There is no need to rush in any mad deal with other counties when we already know what decisions that are taken away from Cornwall happen to Cornwall. We already know we get less funding put on average on many different subjects, education, healthcare, the list is endless. This actual government plan is only a white paper. It's not even a formal bill. So we do not need to rush into anything. And actually, as it's only a white paper, it is now time for us as politicians to nail our colours to the mast and say, actually, this is what we want. This is what we need, and we want you to hear it. And now they will go back and sort out all the millions of other things they have to do within this white paper across the whole country before they even have to think about what to do with Cornwall. So if there ever was a time to stand up and be counted for what we want and what our people want, now is the time to do it. And this motion makes sure that we do. So let's support the motion and show Westminster what we want.
Councillor Rich.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm happy to support this motion. I believe we live in one of the most centralised, in terms of power and governance, one of the most centralised countries in Western Europe, if not the world. Real devolution to me is giving power and giving autonomy to those areas that actually want it, not just creating homogenous areas on a map and then sort of like putting pressure on people or making them think they've got to rush to join something. And with regards to funding and fairer funding for Cornwall, you know, this is not London's money, it's not the Treasury's money, it's our money, it's Cornish taxpayers, Cornish people, Cornish businesses that put money in. And I don't think we get as much back as we put in, to be quite honest. So it's not, you know, I don't think we're begging, we shouldn't be begging. It's ours already. And I think where an area wants devolution, where an area has a great sense of identity, then I think the government should listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was born in 1963 in Redruth. I don't sound Cornish, but I'm very, very proud to be here to back this motion today, 61 years later. So thank you, Dick, and everyone for bringing the motion. To me, whether you're Cornish or not by birth, you know this is a different place to an English county. To me, it's utterly unthinkable that we could end up otherwise with a mayor based in Devon deciding how much money Cornwall gets, with Cornwall being potentially outvoted by a population twice the size of Cornwall. That's not going to be accepted by voters. I would like to ask that we have a recorded vote, please. And the reason I do so is because I feel that voters in May, for those of us who are standing again, will want to know how we voted on this important matter today. I believe the vast majority of voters in Cornwall will not want us to become part of Devon and Cornwall. So at the right time, please, Chair, could you please take that forward? A quick look at what I would call the myth of the magic money mountain, of the idea that only if you go in with Devon, say in our case or in others, there's a huge amount of money to come. It's not been specified for a good reason. The government doesn't have much money at all. We all know this. If you were to take the amount of money offered to us when we were being sold rather strongly, I think, the idea of a mayor last year, that amount of money as a proportion of Cornwall Council's new budget would be 0.014%. Okay, let me say that again, 0.014%. So even if it's more than then, the amount it would represent to us is not just peanuts, it may contain traces of peanuts. Okay, so even if it's considerably more, like 0.02%, it isn't worth us selling out our destiny and what we do in Cornwall for our Cornish people and everyone who lives here. It cannot be worth it. So for me, you've got to back this motion, otherwise you will not go down well with your local residents, in my opinion. And how dare some of the politicians like Luke Pollard in Plymouth tell us what to do? We don't tell you what to do, Luke Pollard. You do what you think is right for your area. Don't go telling us what we have to do in Cornwall. It doesn't go down well. And neither does it go down well having the leader of Plymouth Council's emails circulated to us by the leader. I don't see how that helps. Sorry, we decide here what happens to Cornwall. So I'm going to back this motion, and I hope everybody does. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Doyley. I'm going to deal with your proposal now because it should be pretty straightforward. Have you got a seconder, please, for a recorded vote? Yeah, Councillor Andrew Mitchell. So, as per the usual process, we need a third of you to stand up, please, if we'd like a recorded vote at the end of the debate. Thank you. Yeah, we've got it. Thanks all. So, before I move on to the wider membership, can I just triple check none of the other supporters would like to speak? Councillor Jenkin, please. Thank you. Best behaviour, please.
It's a bit warm in this chamber. I'm standing up because I feel I need to stand up for this. If people can't hear me, then I'll try and speak louder. I have had a cold all the last week. This motion is a very balanced and sensible motion, reaffirming the position that we in this council have had, certainly over the time that various different administrations have been in charge, and certainly previously within Cornwall County Council. The idea and the notion that Cornwall is Cornwall. Cornwall needs to work out what works for itself and not be told by people in other places how much money they're going to have, how much they can spend on certain things, how much they're able to spend in one way or another. We are here to represent the people of Cornwall. We're not here to represent the government. We're not here to represent any particular political party as such, and this motion is not party political. This motion is about representing that wider electorate out there, the people of Cornwall, and what they want. And I have not heard people in my area say anything about wanting to have a mayor in Plymouth that will be part of or Exeter or wherever, that will be part of a combined authority. And in fact, we saw when there was the idea that one person in Cornwall as a mayor should have that overall control, people were not happy about that either. So it should be a no-brainer to support this motion. Why would anyone not support this motion? Are they being pressurised that they may have less money? Are they being feared that if they don't jump on some bandwagon, they're going to lose out? We have had it from the horse's mouth, from people in government, that there is a time scale and a process, and that time scale doesn't require us to jump on the train as it's leaving the station and grab the mere morsels that might be thrown down on us for doing that. We need, as we were doing, to have a considered position in Cornwall about what Cornwall needs.
30 seconds.
The Cornwall White Paper was the way to do that. We need to go back to working one and all on what is best for Cornwall and putting that to government, not trying to kowtow to whatever's coming forward.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkin. Members, I'm sure there's going to be a few of you that want to speak on this, so can you please keep your hands up while Councillor Wells and I collect all of your names. Thank you. Councillor Desmond, would you like to kick us off?
Well, thank you, Chair. I support this motion. We have the sea on three sides. Our boundary with Devon is a long river, the Tamar. For thousands of years, we've had a unique sense of place and identity. The creation of the Unitary Council in 2009 strengthened our identity. It coincided with a movement for a Cornish Assembly and the protection of Cornish as a national minority. Cornwall has a long history of great invention, talent and resources that span tourism, minerals, fishing, farming and maritime industries. We have a university and our colleges deliver amazing high-level skills. Our Cornish entrepreneurs and businesses encompass innovative mining, defence, space, environment, creative and digital industries, and many of those have been in place throughout the world for hundreds of years. I set up a business in Truro during the 1980s, providing multidisciplinary civil and structural engineering consultancy services, and up to 30 specialists were employed working on projects throughout the UK and parts of Europe. I wanted to live and work in my county. Quality of life and quality of opportunity was not only feasible, but wealth creation. There are many examples of aspiring and entrepreneurial enterprises in Cornwall. The previous attempt to force into a bond with Devon and others was the Prescott and Labour Southwest Regional Development Agency. And what a disaster was that. We ended up with crumbs from the table, whilst the officers and their friends and consultants got fat on the money that should be coming through to the regions and to us. We do not need a mayoral corporate function or strategic authority. We are one. We are a single planning authority. Under the administration, this administration, we have invested a total of £334.9 million in Cornwall through the strategic, through the SPF, through the town deals, and through levelling up. I believe we must resist the government threats to defund us into a mayoral union with Devon, Plymouth, and Exeter. It would make us a minority,
30 seconds.
a greater authority that will be controlled through Plymouth and Exeter. It will dilute our peoples into a homogeneous look-alike. For this is Cornwall, and this is my home. And I'm proposing to offer an amendment to the current proposal at bullet 2 to say, deplores the lack of success of Cornwall's 6 MPs to make the successful case for devolution to Cornwall as a standalone political unit. And we have one of the members of Parliament here today who will testify to the lack of success. Bullet 5 will just lose 2 words and it goes straight to calls for. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Desmond. Have you got a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Desmond, do you think you could send over the words to us, please? Thank you. In the meantime, from what you heard, Councillor Cole, are you minded to accept?
This motion has been crafted to bring people together. The motion... read the motion. It says nice things about the leader. It says nice things about all group leaders. It says nice things about the MPs. It's about let's all get together and make the case for Cornwall. So please, let's keep it positive. We can't take things that are going to be divisive and reduce the coming together that this motion is all about.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Please give us 2 minutes while I just check to see if it's an acceptable amendment. Thank you. So, Councillor Desmond, it is an acceptable amendment, so we are now going to take speakers on the amendment, please. Hands up for speakers on the amendment. Thank you. Councillor Frost.
Well, we were doing so well, weren't we? I mean, it lasted 5 minutes, but it got ruined pretty quickly. It's a nonsense. Reject that amendment. Let's all work together with one voice and say what we want for Cornwall and not be slagging off other people for trying to do what we're trying to do. Whether they fail or succeed, they're trying. Let's help them try. Let's not berate them. Reject the amendment and let's vote for this through.
Councillor George, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 6 MPs have met with the Deputy Prime Minister. Of course, when the government brings forward a white paper, and it's just a white paper, it hasn't even reached the stage of becoming a draft bill, it's not going to include a chapter with a bespoke solution for Cornwall. When we in Cornwall in 1995 commenced the campaign for Objective 1 status, the government said it can't be done. Our neighbours said it shouldn't be done. But this is about politics. And what we did then is we said, well, we're not prepared to put up with it. People across all parties worked together for the good of Cornwall, and we won that campaign. When I started out in Parliament and began the campaign to get the recognition for the Cornish language, I was told, I had doors slammed in my face. I went to 5 government departments, including with Councillor Jenkins' late mother and others who campaigned so strongly for that. We were told it couldn't be done. It's politics, okay? Of course they're going to say it can't be done. The whole point is that we stand together, we had cross-party support, and we won. Same with national minority status, same with all of the other things from the University for Cornwall, including getting rid of the 50% council tax discount for second homes. All of those things we were initially told you cannot do, doors slammed in your face. The whole point is that politicians stand together. 6 MPs are standing together with all political parties, okay, in this chamber. What we need to get out from this chamber today is not more divisiveness, but more cross-party community support, people standing together so that when we get a result today, it'll be one of the most resounding, unanimous statements on behalf of Cornwall that will resonate throughout Westminster and Whitehall, so that our voice will be clearly heard there, and that will drive us forward together so that we can win for Cornwall. So please reject this nonsense. Honestly, it really undermines what we're trying to do today. So thank you very much.
30 seconds.
Councillor Andrew Mitchell, I'm coming to you next. You're more than welcome to speak, but if you're going to ask what I think you're going to ask, I'm quite happy to do it for you, move that we go to the vote on this one. But if you'd like to speak, you can speak.
I think we've only needed 2 speakers to actually show the sentiment of the chamber as to how unhelpful the amendment is and should be totally rejected. I don't think we need 20 other members to stand up and say how silly, this amendment is. Let's work together. So I'd rather not spend another 40 minutes saying how silly this amendment is. I move that the vote be put on the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Have you got a seconder, please? Councillor Double, thank you. This one's not recorded. So the vote is going to pop up on your microphone boxes in 3, 2, 1. This is on the amendment, just to clarify. This is on the amendment. This is definitely on the amendment. I can promise you this is on the amendment. And this is on the amendment that Councillor Desmond put forward about 5 minutes ago.
Couple more seconds. Vote closed.
That one's lost. Moving back to the original motion in our list of speakers, Councillor Andrew Mitchell, you're up again.
Wow, you twice in a row, you lucky people. So I didn't overly intend to speak on this. I thought I might, but I just want to sort of passionately implore that we take this opportunity to send that message from this council chamber, as Councillor Andrew George MP has said. It will resonate down the corridors. For me, I don't know, you can call it default, luck. By the grace of God, I was born in St Ives. During the 80s, when I was growing up in St Ives, was I so happy to move away. And then I realised just how much of a special place Cornwall is. We are unique, but let's put that to one side, because for me, as a Cornishman, Cornishness, whatever that is, I think is a state of mind. And you don't have to have been born here. If you've chosen to make this the place that you wish to live, I welcome everybody because it is a positive contribution. Now, if I was going to support joining up with somebody else, with the greatest respect, it wouldn't be Plymouth City Council. They've just announced a load of cuts. They're no financially better off than we are. And as a city of that size, which is probably the population of Cornwall in 10 square miles, they have nothing in common with us. And for the last 20 years, as a city like that, they have underperformed economically. So they would be the last people I would want to join up with. You have to just look at the other side. So there is this promise of as Councillor Dwelly said, this trace of a peanut. Not even a packet, not one, a trace. Whenever more money is available, whenever Cornwall is joined up with Devon in anything, whatever it is, and look at the police, when Cornwall Constabulary joined up with Devon Constabulary, guess where most of the money went? Guess where the police officers are? They're certainly not walking the beat in St Ives, and I'm sure they're not in your divisions either. So we wouldn't even get a trace of this peanut. We never, ever get a fair share whenever we've joined up with anybody. So that doesn't exist. There is no
30
carrot.
seconds.
There is no carrot. The decisions for Cornwall need to be made in Cornwall by the elected representatives of this chamber. And I urge everybody to send that message to Westminster. Thank you.
Councillor Mustoe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to speak in support of this motion. Devolution was a big topic back in 2023. Some of them wanted more devolved powers from the then Conservative government, and a deal that would have seen more powers for Cornwall and more funding will also mean we would have had an elected mayor for Cornwall. However, many, both in the council and the wider public, felt this offer was not enough, and they did not want a mayor, so proposals were halted. Last year, we were told in the run-up to the July election that the Labour government and Labour MPs in Cornwall, should they get elected, would be able to secure a better devolution deal for Cornwall within 100 days of the election. However, the 100 days came and went, and no devolution deal for Cornwall was forthcoming. But the government did say they would look to only give additional powers to councils that would come together under a strategic level under an elected mayor. And now we've got this proposal from Devon, and this will see a mayor for the whole area responsible for strategic things such as economic growth and transport, for example. And this is really strange for me, because I find myself agreeing with the Labour MPs for Cornwall who are speaking out against their government policy. Our Cornwall is a unique place with a distinct history and culture. We've heard that we got our protected minority status by the coalition government in 2014, and there's always been so much opposition to disrupting our historical borders at any level of government. See the much derided proposals for Devon Wall, for instance. And I believe that those people who were opposed to this, and those who are against a mayor for Cornwall, would be even more anti having a mayor imposed upon Cornwall by Devon. More so, there would be an undeniable democratic deficit away from Cornwall. Simply put, more people live in Devon than in Cornwall, so any elected mayor will likely take this into account when considering and making decisions across both areas. Aside from the numerous issues that I've spoken about, this close to a local election, we should not be considering such a move. If the Labour Party think it's a good move, then their candidates in the local elections in May should run with it as a campaign pledge and see what the electorate think. If it finds favour, then they will have a good mandate to proceed with their proposals in the new council over the next 4 years. But it should not be for Cornwall councillors of any persuasion to tie Cornwall to Devon in the last few months of this council, and thus limit whatever the new councillors and their democratic mandate is after May's elections. Members, I will be voting for this motion, and I hope the Chamber will join forces across political divides this afternoon as representatives and custodians of our wonderful and unique Cornwall, and do the same. Thank you.
Councillor Marrington.
Yeah, I support this motion, but there are a couple of things I wanted to say, which was I'm not Cornish, and one of the words that actually I struggled with and came completely round to, but I think is important to say, was the word countenance. And I've come round because, and I talk about this because we talked about language and how it does affect tiny bits with the previous motion. It felt a bit like how very dare they. That's how I read it. But how I came round to it after a lot of thought is this is about passion, and this is about a chance for us to really, if we are going to do this, we have to believe in ourselves, and we have to absolutely have realism there as well, but vision and be bold. I think Councillor Cole mentioned that. So that was one thing which, because of that word, I went round the houses, and sort of the thing that worries me is people seeing it as being insular. And so that's something that, again, I think we have to be outward looking. But I think, for me, there's just, why are we rushing into it, or why need we rush into it? We've got potentially an area that maybe, because it just can't come up with a decent name like Wessex, and comes up with Peninsula, you know, perhaps that's all it's about. And you know, it might have to come up with a good natty word for in the middle. But also with government, it's obviously easier for that one person to speak for a whole area. I get that, and there's efficiencies with scale, but we also talk a lot about diversity. And, you know, just because we're small and we're right down the bottom end and we're a bit lumpy and thin, you know, why shouldn't we work as an entity in itself? So I think that's important. And for me, looking at the whole area of Devon and Cornwall and Plymouth and everything, you know, I look back on the past when we had the EU funding, and we are so different. I just look at how things can be and think it can't be beyond the wit of anyone to work out how you do things in our own footprint. And I think we can actually be trailblazers. Thank you.
Councillor Alvey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very torn on this motion because I agree with most of it. However, I do struggle with the fourth bullet about us at this point in time not countenancing an arrangement with another authority. And I don't say that because I support going into a deal with Devon. I say it because I don't think we know sufficiently what the feeling of the wider population of Cornwall is on this. Certainly there's a very vocal group that are opposing this, but certainly speaking to the residents in my division, their response tends to be, well, we don't know enough yet about what is on offer and what the cost of not doing this could potentially be. So that is why I feel very uncomfortable on us having our hands tied at this point on any form of devolution deal cross-border. Councillor Jenkins made a very valid point about we don't have to get on the train yet. However, we all know that if you're late to get on the train, you may not get a seat and you'll be standing up. And that is my concern. That is why I'm going to do something that I rarely do in this chamber, and I think I'll be abstaining today.
Councillor Tudor.
I will be supporting the motion, and I believe that this is absolutely party political. In its general election manifesto, Labour said it would introduce landmark devolution legislation to transfer power out of Westminster and into communities across the country. Labour's key manifesto pledges on devolution included commitments to deepen existing devolution settlements in England by giving new powers to local areas. But reading the detail of the devolution white paper, what it proposes is the exact opposite. Instead, we'd be looking at a newly appointed mayor, one person, party political, and think about what party that mayor might represent after the next general election, probably based in Exeter, with a mayoral office and all the costs that that incurs, including a precept which we'd all be paying towards, with overarching decision-making powers over things like strategic planning and transport infrastructure. And we have seen that we cannot rely on our new Labour MPs to pull us out of this problem. Apparently, the practical realities of one of their own party's key manifesto pledges has come as a nasty surprise to them too. Did our Labour councillor colleagues who helped the MP candidates when they were knocking on doors in July think that they were campaigning for this? You might surmise that they should maybe quit the party and go independent, like their counterparts upcountry in Broxtowe Council. The leader of the Labour group there explained the problem of the devolution better than I can when he said, "I cannot support and will not support another centrist government intent on destroying local democracy and dictating national policy from a high pedestal." He said the concentration of power in the hands of fewer people and the abolition of local democracy through the current proposals of super councils is nothing short of a dictatorship. This is not about funding, it's about politics. It's a power grab and it's undemocratic. And when the people in Cornwall voted in the general election, they didn't vote for fuel payments to be taken away from pensioners. They didn't vote to persuade the WASPy women. They didn't vote to ruin the livelihoods of Cornish farmers, and they didn't vote for their locally elected members to have no say over the type and level of service provided in their area. So I'm going to support this motion, and I have a suggestion. We can act in a democratic way. There's an election in less than 100 days. Why not add a paper and ask the people of Cornwall, do you want a mayor?
Thank you, Councillor Tudor. Councillor McKenna.
Chair, thank you. Very briefly, I'm absolutely supportive of this motion and all its different recommendations. My only question, my only observation really, is I really hope the council is successful in getting together with senior representatives of government at a fairly early stage, because picking up Councillor Alvey's point, I'm not sure we are necessarily clear in terms of what the implications may be of any final decision. So the sooner we know that, the better. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I have a lot of support for what's in this motion, but I cannot support what's in the fourth bullet point. We must be able to discuss all possibilities. I do understand the issues concerned. I shall therefore abstain on the motion. However, there's a couple of points I would make. I think we should know that I don't think this government is likely to move from its stated aims of creating larger bodies to deal with things like investment and transport. But there's 2 points I want to make clear. Despite the words combined authorities, we're not talking about combined authorities. The title is wrong and misleading. If we do end up with some sort of combination, Cornwall Council will still be here. Well, not I, but most of us will still be here with our own leader and our own budget, which will still be over £1 billion, all of which will be decided solely in Cornwall. So the words combined deal or combined authority actually don't ring right. And my second point, which is slightly diverse almost, if we do end up with some sort of combination, and this is something we must push for now if it does come in, if we end up with a combination dealing with economic growth, etc., then it is quite possible that the leader of Cornwall Council will be in a minority on this, and the Cornish will be in a minority on this new body, and we must ensure that the other authorities involved cannot gang up on us and leave us in such a place that we are, in my words, screwed. Thank you.
Councillor Conway.
Thank you. I will also be abstaining on this motion. I cannot accept it as it is because it does not consider the border. If you're on the east of the county, we have problems that you don't get further west, and we need to make sure we fully appreciate what's going on. Just to list a few, And the latest thing about car parks, where they're taking them away, 3 of Lanson's 4 car parks are being taken out. Adult education, the whole of the east of Cornwall is going to be a desert for adult education. They're taking it all away. Plusher Junction wasn't discussed by this meeting earlier on. Waste disposal with the recycling centres. They're stopping people coming from Devon to come to Cornish ones, but we must remember that many Cornish residents go the other way over into Devon, and you can't expect not to be a two-way thing going on that. 30% of Cornish residents use Devonian hospitals. We've got to remember that 25% of Cornish residents use Plymouth, 5% use Barnstaple. Barnstaple isn't even going to get any work done on it for the next 20 years or something, from what I can gather. But it's still a problem. If you look at the integrated care partnerships, which are supposed to be put into this thing, currently, if you're in Derriford and you're trying to use a virtual ward, the computer programs don't work because we are in Cornwall and they're different. So there are things we need to iron out either way around. So we haven't got enough detail to look at what we're doing. Yes, it'd be great if we could have a Cornwall-only devolution, but we've also got to look to it, and we cannot say, no, we're going to totally disregard anything else if it does give us some of these things, especially if you're in the east of the county. You've got problems that you don't have down west. If you're down the far end, all you've got is Cornwall. But where we are, there's an awful lot of interaction going over the border anyway, and it's got to be, you've got to reflect that in what's happening. So, I'm just saying, I will be abstaining on the motion because it doesn't address a lot of the problems that are happening up here. For instance, on a personal level, my wife works 100 yards to the east of the eastern border of Cornwall. My son is currently working about 45 miles to the east of the eastern border in Cornwall.
30 seconds.
Every day. So we need, if we're going to put our own thing forward, please make sure we properly consider the whole of Cornwall and not just Truro in the west. Thank you.
Councillor Worth.
Thank you, Chair. I'm standing today, and the first thing I'm going to say is absolute respect to Councillor Cole for the opportunity in full council that we've got to talk about this. That is really important, and I thank Councillor Cole for bringing the motion. And I want to make very clear in what I'm about to say today is that Cornwall has a red line, it's the border, we've talked about it, and it also has a flag. I have no desire to change that whatsoever, and I have full support for that. But, and there is a but, interestingly, Councillor Barnes over there, and I think I'm a little bit unique in this, the border from my house is actually closer than Councillor Barnes. So I live on the river. I see it every day. I wake up. Thank you very much. And I picked you out deliberately for that, Councillor Barnes. I knew you'd come back. But that's important to me. Now, the council might not realise some of the things that we do when we're involved being that close to the border. I have 7 roles. I'm on the Tamar Valley National Landscape with Devon. I'm on the Mount Edgecombe Country Park with Plymouth. I'm on the Deputy Chair of the Police and Crime Panel with Devon and Cornwall. I'm on Peninsula Transport with Devon, Cornwall and Somerset. I won't even go into the depths of Tamar crossings, but every day I work with Plymouth on that basis. And I see this as a particularly important part of the future of us solving the problems of the Tamar crossings, our £44 million debt, and our future to get cheaper tolls for our locals. And I know that we're still waiting for our toll revision. And the only letter that actually we've had so far from the Department of Transport on this actually has a sentence in it. It is proposed that devolved decision-making applications to revise the tolls is relevant that mayors will be taking that considered decision. Now, if we haven't got a mayor, it will be back to the Secretary of State. We still haven't had any information on it, but that's all I've had, all in this period since October. And the other point is that every day I work with the Celtic Sea Flow Commission, which is working cross-border, in fact, with Crown Estates, and even yesterday with CoreServe, and I want to make this point, 8% of our employees in CoreServe live in Devon. And in fact, we already have bases, and we have an excellent
30 seconds.
to work together on that. So the point I want to make is this. Right now, we're going to see this reported tonight on BBC Spotlight. We're going to see it reported across the BBC, which is across the peninsula, across the area. So I've checked with the monitoring officer. Our leader still has the opportunity to make a leader's decision to go to see if we can be involved in the process now. And I'm going to pin my colours to the mast. I believe right now it is the right decision to be involved in the decision. We can always walk away.
Time.
That is what you do in a negotiation if it's not right. But genuinely, if we don't take part in that discussion, we will be at that bottom of the pile, and it will take at least to 2028 to get anywhere near the top again.
Thank you, Councillor Worth. Councillor Barnes.
Well, that's an easy act to follow, isn't it? For Christmas this year, my daughters did a family tree thing for me, and I can prove that my family goes back 7 generations. I'm very proud to be Cornish, but I have to follow on from Councillor Worth by saying we've got to realise where we actually are in the world, and that our eastern border borders the Tamar and then on to Plymouth, and we have to work with people in Plymouth and other parts of Devon to carry on for the residents that we represent in that area. So we mustn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but what we got to do is try and stick up for ourselves as best we can, and that's why I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got broad support for this motion. Councillor Cole, you and I speak often, and I think you're a man of honesty and integrity, and I absolutely see where this is coming from. But for me, there's a very big but. I absolutely believe that at the moment the right option for Cornwall is a Cornwall-only deal. But the question is that deal available? Every single time we've asked, the answer has come back as a firm no. 6 MPs went into the room with the Deputy Prime Minister, not a civil servant, not someone from the department, with the Deputy Prime Minister, and the Deputy Prime Minister said that deal is not available. Now, we can keep fighting, but that deal is not on the table. At some stage, we're going to have to discuss this again. This is going to be back in the chamber, and we're going to be deciding whether or not no deal is better than, a deal. And so, I've been accused of sort of not listening to the Chamber of Commerce before, so I thought I'd quote word for word from their press release. And the government should recognise the strong support for a bespoke deal, but time should not be wasted if this is not achievable. It's time for the government to recognise Cornwall's unique position and take decisive steps toward a devolution deal that works for us. But we need clarity on what's possible. It would be deeply concerning to spend the next 18 months campaigning for something that doesn't exist. At some point, we are going to have to decide if that deal exists, because at the moment it doesn't. Doesn't mean it might never exist, and we'll keep fighting for it, but at some point we're going to have to make another decision again, whether nothing is better than something, when the something was not what you might have sort of set out to get. So I'm broadly supportive, but I'm apprehensive. I'm apprehensive about what's coming for Cornwall. SPF, we've got a year's reprieve. We know that's going. Although Councillor Dwelly was absolutely quite right, the 360 million was a fraction, or the £12 million a year was a fraction of Cornwall Council's budget. But actually, it was, compared to our economic growth budget, in which we have almost nothing, almost 200 employees, less than 10% of which are actually on the council's books, 90% of which are actually funded and supported by grant programmes. If we don't get some kind of grant funding, all our economic growth function from this council will go. And I've said it before, I've said it in ECDEV, I've said it in meetings again and again. So it might be that we're willing to accept that, and it might be that we're not. I think we'll be back again, and I think we'll be looking at this issue again.
30
and
seconds.
I think and hope it's going to be before the 18 months, because if the Chamber of Commerce and business in Cornwall can't wait 18 months, we should absolutely listen to that.
Councillor Long. Thank you. I wasn't going to speak today, but several comments have just
forced me to my feet. I've travelled the country quite a bit driving an HGV, passed my test. Hey, thank you very much. I travelled to Wales, I travelled to Scotland. You don't get stopped on the border because Wales has a deal. You don't get stopped on the border with Scotland because Scotland has a deal. Business still carries on. You work with your neighbours, you work with people, and we will be talking about working with people across the Tamar because we are right with our health service. In the East, we don't have a hospital that can deal with our 160,000 people who live in our part of the world. So we have to go across the water. Now, if we lived in an area where we had borders to the north and the south, which were land and not water, it would be different. But we don't. That's the reality of it. But what we're talking about here is creating a marker, is putting down a marker, being united as a council in putting down a marker to say what we want. Now, as you quite rightly said, Councillor Worth, you might not get it. Councillor Garden, you said we might not get it. But that doesn't stop me from trying. That shouldn't stop us from trying. But let's look at Cornwall as the unique place that it is. I was really lucky to spend Christmas over in San Jose in California visiting my aunt. I travelled on the tram system there, driving down South San Jose, a big tram station called Ohlone, which is the Native American tribe, Chinaweth, Newhouse in Cornish, because there's a Cornish population that lives in the South San Jose who migrated there to the quicksilver or mercury mines. You go across Europe. Cornwall is known right across Europe. The T-shirt, which I'm not asking her to show now, but I do sell them if you want any, has 50 languages, have a word for Cornwall that's not Cornwall. It's in their own language. And that is because of Cornwall's unique tradition of trade and business and commerce with the rest of Europe. That didn't make us any less Cornish. It didn't mean we had to sacrifice anything to get that. What we're talking about this motion is putting down a marker, campaigning with our 6 MPs, and putting a really strong voice to say, Cornwall wants this. And there's nothing wrong with that debate. Thank you.
Councillor Mould.
Thank you, Chair, very much. I'm slightly resentful when I'm going to abstain from this motion because I fully understand it, and I would hate to think that anybody listening to me today was saying that I'm not Cornish because that's why I'm not voting. I'm very Cornish and I understand it. But if we're using this motion to say, let's all stand together and go for a deal for Cornwall, what is also wrong with that standing together to go and find out what a deal could possibly look like? We do not have to work with it. We can walk away. I have sat in meetings and our MP, Andrew George is over there, and I sat in a meeting with the MPs last week. Yes, they went and spoke with Angela Rayner. Angela Rayner said the direction of travel was very clear in the white paper, which we all see. The direction of travel is very clear towards combined authorities. The talk we got back was there is no direct deal at this moment, but keep on going. But if you're going to keep on going asking for a deal and eventually you get a deal, it will be a long way away so as not to set a precedent. So that is not giving us a definitive answer. That is saying keep asking, you may get one in the future. And I just want to lay out what my real fear for Cornwall is, because I would much rather that I was sitting somewhere now, or anybody else that sits in my seat moving forward or whatever, is sitting somewhere where you can have a voice and you don't actually sit in Cornwall waiting to see what happens. Because as we have just known, trying to set a budget, we've already had £5.5 million less than we were actually expecting. Now, what is that going to look like next year and the year after? And what happens then if we become a failing council? Then what happens? I think I've got a rough idea what will happen. A government will say, well, Cornwall, you're a failing council, so we're going to pick you up and we're going to put you where we think you fit. I would rather be a person that's sitting in a room deciding where I think Cornwall fits with all the pride that we have, and to take that with me. So I'm abstaining from this because I don't agree with point 4. I don't like to think that someone's telling me I can't go and have a conversation next week with somebody that might give me something to go home and think
30 seconds.
So I'm really, really sorry, because if this said, let's go and find out what this is all about, rather than sit here and say we're definitely not doing something, we don't even know what it is, I'm really disappointed. And I should be really disappointed today if we can't add something and walk out of here knowing that until the end of this administration, we cannot go and talk to somebody about something which might be beneficial. And I have to say, I'm really, really disappointed.
Councillor Ellenbrook.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make it very clear, if we're still talking about people's Cornish qualifications, I have none. I'm English. I was born in England, but I've lived here since 1960, and I love Cornwall. And for me, this is my home. And I think we need to stop worrying about too much about who we all are ethnically and talk about who we are in our hearts and in our minds, because that's what's important, not who our mother or father was or what their ethnicity was, but actually what we feel, want and care about, because that's the most important thing of all. I have a question for the monitoring officer on point 4, which, if we say we confirm that the elected members will not countenance any cross-border combined authority deals, does that bind us to that forever? Or is that... Sorry, I'm asking the monitoring officer. Thank you very much. Or does it mean that in another 3 months' time we can actually change the view of this chamber on that? Because that is the sticking point for me. I do not believe that I, as a currently elected member, have a right to preempt decisions being made by future people who are sitting in this chamber. Thank you.
Monitoring officer.
Thank you, Chair. And the simple answer is no, it's not set in stone. We have provisions within the Constitution to revisit decisions previously made. There's some procedural requirements to comply with, but it is possible to arrive at a different position at a later date.
Councillor Ellenbrook.
And is there a time limit on that? So does that mean that that's just the 6-month rule, for example, or could we, for example, come back to the next meeting in a month's time and actually say, well, actually, we're going to be able to do this now?
Monitoring officer, then I'm going to move on.
So, outside of the 6-month rule, then revisit it without having to comply with the procedural requirements, but it still have to be a valid motion or report. Within the 6 months, you'll need the support of a third of the membership to revisit, and you'll need to demonstrate new information. So it's not as simple as a third of the membership supporting you. It's new information as well, but it's a possibility.
Thank you, Monitoring Officer. Councillor McLenning.
Thank you. I also just going to quickly say that I'm English, and I'm going to say to get the passion for Cornwall, I've known Dick Cole now about 8 years and listened to his proposal, Michael Bunny, and we have some conversations. You can show the tattoo if you want, but we've had some discussions, and they've shown me their passion for Cornwall, which, unless you're born down here, it's not there with me straight away, but I appreciate where they're coming from and what it means to them. So on that basis, I've also listened to Councillor Mould, where I think she's got some fair points. I think sometimes you've got to go into the unknown, and you've got to take a chance, which is my kind of way in life, is to take a chance and support the motion, because if they come back and we don't like it, as I understand from listening to the monitoring officer, it's not set in stone and we can change it. But I think the leader has probably done enough conversations with them. She must be getting a bit peeved with the reaction from the government. And yes, there's always a fear factor that the Deputy Prime Minister will hold a gun to your head and say, this is it, Cornwall. But I think we can overcome that with the passion that's in here and the experience. So I would like to support the motion. Thank you.
Monitoring Officer.
With an apology, I was perhaps too concise, Councillor Ellenbrook, in referring to new information. It's a change in circumstances or position or other information that materially affects the decision taken. So it's a little bit more than just new information. My apologies.
Thank you, members. I've got 6 more speakers. I've got Donathorne, I've got McGowan, Monk, Arthur, Taylor and George, and then I'm going to draw a line under it and go back to Councillor Cole. So, Councillor McGowan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Really respect the views that have been shared and the intent of this motion to unify across the chamber. It's been really measured debate. I too, like others, have got concerns about point 4 and the language being used. I want to focus in on that and avoid the politics, I guess, of this really important motion. Just to understand better what the will not countenance means, just thinking about when speaking to members of the public within my ward, with business communities, with universities and other stakeholders who've got a real interest in this topic. You know, does this point try and prevent those discussions, open debate, and finding out more about the opportunities and risks about any strategic authority? I also think it's important about to understand who or will be the decision maker around some of these things. I think part of Councillor Worth's comments alluded to the leader still having a role within that. So I think looking to propose an amendment or a suggested amendment to get everybody, as many people as possible, on board and fully support this motion in removing point 4 so that everybody in the chamber can support the motion as a whole.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Ewart.
Yes, I'm happy to second that, thank you.
Councillor Cole, are you minded to accept that one?
I'm really struggling with that because it actually contradicts other things in the motion. If I just address bullet point, can I just address 2 things, Jordan? The first one, please. Going back to what Barbara said, fair question. In the actual supporting paperwork, the officers actually have actually written that this decision is for now, and it doesn't bind the next council. So whatever Matt said, it basically says this is a position here and now in advance of negotiation, stand up for Cornwall. It can be revisited by the new council in 3 months regardless. So hopefully that in terms of this is a here and now. The bullet point is just clearly written. We're basically saying we want a Cornwall footprint, and it's basically saying we do not support a Devon and Cornwall footprint. That's all it says. I apologise if the wording has made it more complicated. I just like to write, and sometimes I write things slightly differently, but I could have just put there that we do not support a cross-border authority, and just put it like that. And the thing is, the first bullet point confirms support for the letter sent by the leader and the MPs and all the group leaders. And that actually talked about a devolution based solely on a Cornwall geography, a devolution settlement for Cornwall, and not a combined authority that stretches across the Tamar. So the letter that we all sent said exactly that. So I would appeal to everyone kind of to look past this and not get too stuck. The bottom line is we're saying at this time we want to be fighting for Cornwall to have its own settlement and not a cross-border one. So I would appeal to everyone just to stick with the motion because that's all it says. And I really don't want to take it out, and Pete's already told me if I propose it, he won't accept it, so.
Councillor McGowan, can I just check, you indicated a hand signal at me. Can I just confirm it's a withdrawal? Are you withdrawing your amendment?
No, I was wanting to. No, it remains, and I'd like to come back and comment.
Okay, so on that basis, you've proposed it, we've got a seconder, so I'm now going to take speakers on the amendment. Any speakers on the amendment? So we're going to go to the seconder, which is Councillor Ewart first, then I've got Councillor Taylor, Councillor Worth.
Thank you, Chair, or Vice Chair. I'm not quite sure what I meant to say, but thank you anyway. I would ask people to support this motion. There's a broad support for this original motion from Councillor Cole, and I too want to thank him for bringing this forward. I can see the work he's put into this to try and make this as cross-party and as broad as possible, and I think that's really, really to be commended. The majority of the original motion I really support is point 4, and I will echo Councillor Alvey's points that I think we do ourselves a disservice if we cut ourselves off right now by saying that we can never have those debates or we can't have them for 3 months or 6 months or whatever it is, and those conversations. So I would ask you to support the amendment to remove point 4, because I think if we remove point 4, then everyone in this chamber pretty much will be supporting this original motion.
Councillor Taylor on the amendment, please.
Thank you. So the point I was going to come in on is actually on point 4. And just to reiterate the position of the Conservative group, we signed that letter just before Christmas. It was signed with the group leaders and it was signed with the MPs. That is our position. That is our stated position. And could I just remind the Chamber, Cornwall did not receive a letter inviting them to submit an expression of interest. But the reason I have concern is, I'm just going back, Councillor Cole, I have the greatest respect for you, but recommendation 4, in my opinion, is an affront to civil liberties. If supported, this chamber would effectively be telling elected members they cannot engage in cross-border discussions. Plymouth and Cornwall already work closely together.
Point of order, please. Sorry, can I? I apologise.
What's the point of order?
But it doesn't say that. It says combined authority deals, not any discussions. Can you withdraw that, please, Leader? Because it doesn't say that, does it?
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you for letting me carry on. So Plymouth and Cornwall already work closely together on Mount Edgecombe and the Tamar Bridge and the tolls. Our residents in South East Cornwall look towards Plymouth for their healthcare. North Cornwall look towards Barnstable for healthcare. There is a strong exchange of skills and workforce between the two borders, and the language used in recommendation 4 is, in my opinion, harsh and unwelcoming, and clearly does not demonstrate inclusiveness. I consider this to be undemocratic. It seeks to restrict the free flow of ideas and dialogue between representatives, constituents, and across borders. In a democratic system, elected members generally have the right and responsibility to communicate with others, whether from different regions, countries, or political groups, so they can represent their constituents effectively. Restricting such dialogue may undermine democratic principles such as freedom of speech, open debate, and collaboration, which are essential to a functioning democracy. I did not join this democratic chamber to be told who I can talk to, who I can engage with, and who I can listen to, and more importantly, be denied the art of the possible. I cannot support recommendation 4. It's a blow to democracy of freedom and thought and mind. So I absolutely will get behind the amendment to this recommendation.
On a point of order, Mr. Chair. Can I just...
Right, Councillor George, point of order first,
Thank you.
please.
On a point of order, just as someone who is negotiating and doing the discussion in Westminster, can I simply say to Councillor Cole that nothing is lost by removing this, and nothing is gained by including it.
Thank you, Councillor George. Councillor Dwelly.
I would urge.
Thank you, Councillor George. Councillor Dwelly.
Consider, because it's wasting time.
Sorry, to be very clear, and I think Chair and Monitoring Officer, you need to please comment on this. What that point says is combined authority deals. Can we be clear? It does not say discussions on doing any other things with Plymouth or Devon. Not at all. Combined authority. It's very, very clear, and the leader, in my opinion, should withdraw those statements, because you were talking about collaborating with other local authorities. That's not affected. It says combined authority. Combined authority. So can we please only be talking about what it says and not pretending it says something it doesn't? It's important we clarify this, please.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Combined authorities, combined authorities. We will be talking about a whole raft of things that impact on Devon and potentially Cornwall. And so I've made the point, do not stifle democracy, do not allow people not to even discuss the impacts that are already felt because of the work we do collaboratively between, at this moment in time, Devon and Cornwall. I know you're not going to like this, Councillor Dwelly, because you always like to get your way, but this is my freedom of speech.
Councillor Dwelly, please. Councillor Taylor. Right, I'm going to bring in Councillor Cole now in the hope that he's going to bring us some good news. Councillor Cole, please.
First and foremost, that's not what it says. You know me better, Linda, to think that I'm trying to restrict anyone from saying anything. It actually says exactly what was in the letter that we all signed in September. It basically sets out our position, and it basically says we want a Cornwall-only solution. We don't want the Devon and Cornwall solution. In effect, as Andrew has said, we could say we want a Cornwall solution, and that kind of rules out the other anyway. Nothing says that we shouldn't talk to our neighbours as all this stuff is happening and counter proposals are coming up. When you go to have a meeting with Tudor to talk to him, find out what he's doing, to disagree with him, you won't get any criticism from me, and you've not had any, have you, in terms of those discussions? I can honestly say the way this has been written doesn't actually the worries that everyone's got, I'm sorry, it's just not the spirit. If everyone's happy for a 5-minute recess, I'll go and have a word with my seconder just to see what he thinks in terms of whether we do tweak it or not. But I could honestly say this is, it's just the points that are being made they're just not how it was drafted, honestly.
Councillor Cole, we've got a proposal, we've got a seconder, we've got speakers. I am minded to take a vote on this amendment at some point. If any of the following speakers would like to move us to go to a vote on the amendment, that would be more than welcome. We've got Councillor Monk, German, George, Bunny, Dwelly and Conway. Then we're back to the original motion again. Councillor George.
Yes, if Councillor Cole won't withdraw it with his seconder's agreement, then please move to a vote as soon as possible.
Have you got a seconder? Councillor McKenna. Are we doing it through?
Chairman, this is at your discretion. This is a really important vote for the future of Cornwall.
I agree, and that's why we'd say this is on the amendment, and we're going to take a vote, and you're going to decide on the amendment. All of you will have a vote on the amendment. And it's coming on to your microphone boxes now. Please vote. This is for the amendment, Part 4, removal, from Councillor McGowan and Councillor Hewitt. Please vote for, against, or abstain.
Couple more seconds, members. It's not, well, I can't. Is he voting or not? Yeah. Councillor Cole, we're waiting for you to vote.
I'm willing to let you get back to your seat, Councillor Cole, before we close it. Thank you. And that's against the removal of bullet point 4, so that has fallen. Members, back to the motion before us. We have 4 speakers, and like I said previously, I'm going to draw a line under it then. We've got Councillor Donathorne, Monk, Taylor and George. Councillor Donathorne, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I say, I think you're doing a very good job, and pass our best on to Pauline. I am minded to vote for this motion, but I think that there is a sentiment across this chamber that there is a sense of unease, because whatever some Labour MPs in Cornwall want to express, and it's perfectly within their right to vote against their own government's policy if they so choose, but there is a sense that the framework in the white paper is very, very clear. That if you want areas to access a higher level of devolution with the powers and the funding that comes from that, then the framework is very clear, and it's been clear from every document that I've read, and it's been clear from every meeting that I've had as part of that. And if areas choose not to go towards that, then you stay at a foundational strategic authority, which is essentially what we have now. And I don't think anybody in this chamber will agree that we are currently in receipt of the powers that we need to be able to do our job, not just talk about issues of affordable homes or growing our economy or creating sustainable jobs, but actually getting the powers to do so. So there's an issue that I have that some Labour MPs are saying that they're going to do everything they can to speak out against this, while supporting a government that is basically saying to Cornwall, you do this, or you don't join the process of getting more devolution, and therefore you probably won't get the powers or the money that you need to deliver the services that you feel you need to do so. And that's where I feel very uncomfortable, because look, my views on this and assembly-style powers for Cornwall are well known. I've made those points in this chamber. I'm probably in a minority view in my group on that, and that's absolutely fine. And I will support and I will vote for this motion, but it comes with a massive sense of regret that we are facing an English devolution bill that sets out very clearly that unless we pursue this level of form of devolution, then we aren't going to get the powers and the money that we need. And that is something that we are all going to have to think very carefully about. I personally don't think that I personally don't think that there will be any progress on devolution for the remainder of this administration. So it will be for the new administration to have those very difficult conversations. But I think we should all feel deeply annoyed and disappointed that the Labour government has put us into this position that is forcing a way of devolution that doesn't work for us. And of course we can say no, but that means we probably won't get the powers and the money that we need to deliver the services that our residents expect of us. So I'll vote for it, but there's absolutely no pleasure in doing so.
Thank you, Councillor Donathorne. Councillor Monk, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Might come as a bit of a surprise to you, but I'm not actually Cornish. Shocking, isn't it? I don't know how you know, but I'll just tell you. What does that mean? It gives me a different sense of perspective, so I can sit back a bit and listen to what's being said with a certain amount of detachment. I hear lots of talk about uniqueness, and I get that. I'm a proud northerner, but I live in Cornwall. My family lives in Cornwall. One of my children was born in Cornwall. Now, whether that makes him Cornish or not is up to some sort of debate, whether it goes back to seven generations, as in Councillor Barnes's case, or one, whatever. But what I hear about this sense of pride and sense of Cornishness is, and I worry about this, is it a sense of stubbornness that will effectively harm Cornwall moving forward? And that is what I'm worried about. I've listened to what Angela Rayner said, and I've listened to what Jim McMahon says, and I've read the white paper, and it is clear that if you want those devolved powers, if you want access to central funding for housing, you need to be part of something bigger. And if we could wave a magic wand and get a Cornwall devolution tomorrow, a Cornwall only footprint tomorrow, that'll be absolutely fine. Our last government offered that. Our MPs bar one didn't support that position. The MPs this time have failed to get a deal for Cornwall over. And what I really worry about is that Cornwall, We know how hard, and we've got the budget next month, and we'll know how hard that is to set, and it is really, really difficult that without this extra resource and funding from Cornwall, Cornwall is going to suffer and is going to starve. And I worry that we seem to be taking the approach of going on hunger strike to meet this approaching famine that will be coming our way. And I'm not sure that that's the right direction. However, I was prepared to vote for this amendment. I probably will abstain now because of the amendment that failed. But I think we need to think about setting a time limit
30 seconds.
when we can expect to actually get something from the government, because just not getting anywhere and continuing to say we're fighting for Cornwall, we're continuously trying to do it, Cornwall will suffer in that phase if we don't end up with what some of you think you're going to get and what I don't think will be attainable. I'm sorry, I just don't think we're going to get that. And I think it's time at some point to get real, and this will be in the next administration, but get real and think about it. But I get the sentiment.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, please.
Well, this gives me another opportunity. So I'm not going to be able to support your recommendation, Dick, and I'm really sorry, and it's specifically over recommendation 4. But I'm going to take the opportunity. In this chamber, we had promises made to us by a now Labour MP that Cornwall would get devolution in its own right. So, you know, I want to say I'm going to put every confidence in our 6 MPs for Labour, 2 Lib Dems, that they are not going to tally, that they are going to really hold the government to account. And I really hope that we are going to be hearing significant decision-making about Cornwall within the next 6 to 9 months, because I don't believe we can afford to wait any longer to hear what the intention is for the future of Cornwall. So that's my challenge. Andrew George, you're sitting there in the back, so please accept it on behalf of the 6 MPs. We can't afford to let opportunity, and we certainly can't afford to dilly-dally with time. It's too important for the economy of Cornwall, our residents of Cornwall. Do not let us be without, while other authorities are very nicely arranging funding, powers and opportunity. Thank you.
Councillor George.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a very good debate, and it is one where, at the end of the day, we're asking, and all 6 Cornish MPs are asking this council to hold its nerve. As I've indicated in an earlier intervention, that there are many occasions where we've campaigned for things for Cornwall, and at the outset we've had the door slammed in our faces, but we've ultimately won. And I've given you examples of that, and I believe that we can do that again. And certainly the meeting which we had with the Deputy Prime Minister just before Christmas, she read the white paper to us and said, this is what the letter of the white paper says. And so we asked her, well, so does that mean that if we don't play ball with you, that you're going to give us a punishment beating in some form? No, we're not going to do that. And then we explained to her the reasons why Cornwall isn't like other parts of the country and needs to be treated in a different way. And she explained to us something which you have to understand their perspective, that if I opened the door to Cornwall now, I'd have a queue forming, running down the corridor, ending in Rutland or somewhere, all saying that we're a special place too, so what about us? So we don't expect, of course, to be in the first round as far as this is concerned, and it's going to be a long game. But, I mean, the fact is that she then, if you like, we departed with the words, good luck with your campaign. And we understand that yes, it's going to be a tough campaign to hold our nerves, to keep the backbone, the political backbone, to see this one through. But that's what we intend to do. And I don't think that we're going to be bullied. And of course, there will be inducements, and there will be, you know, baubles and bribes applied. But this is a decision which is going to affect Cornwall for the next century. The baubles and bribes will last 2 or 3 years. Don't be seduced by those. It's really important that we do hold our nerve. I mean, the white paper itself is a white paper. It's not even a draft bill. It's got a long way to go. And I've seen things significantly change on route. And what we need to do is we need to get a very clear message here from Cornwall. So, I mean, as far as the Cornishness of Cornwall and everything else is concerned, I entirely take the points which, for example, Councillor Monk made and so on.
30 seconds.
It's not about cutting ourselves off, it's about cutting ourselves into the celebration of diversity. It's not about separatism. I mean, Cornwall, if Cornwall was offered this in the same way as, say, in Wales, or if Wales were offered devolution, they said, well, you can have devolution, but you can only have it if you team up with the West Midlands. We know what their reaction would be to this. So it's really very important that we recognise that we get a clear message here today that resonates in Westminster, and I really hope that we get very, very strong support. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor George, and that marks the end of the debate. So I'm now going to go back to the proposer who has the right of reply before it is put to the vote. Councillor Cole, please.
Thank you. Because of the discussion a moment ago, I've covered quite a few of the comments, so this will be shorter. The comments about cross-border related stuff, I think that was covered well by Councillor Long, so I don't have to do that one. I just wanted to repeat my position in terms of how this is drafted. This is about a statement saying this is our negotiating position, this is what we want. It doesn't stop any discussions, negotiations, talking. In fact, we should be talking, knowing what's going on. So those of you that are saying you need to abstain because of that, please just have a little think before you do that, because this is just about us reinforcing what we've been saying for 6 months, and now is the important time to do it. I'm really grateful for the contribution from Andrew and positively reminding us of when we've actually won things that have been good for Cornwall, and how if we'd failed, things like we never would have got Objective 1 funding is a really good example to show why we need a Cornwall footprint. And don't forget, the devolution white paper came out on the 16th of December. What is it? I look up there now. It's the 21st of January. That's 5 weeks, and we had 2 weeks off for Christmas in the middle. So we're not exactly that long way into the process, and I think it's a bit early for us to be saying, oh no, we're not going to win. We need to make the case. I think we need to make as powerful a case as we can. 3 last things. Quite a few people have spoke about I'm not Cornish or I am Cornish. Next time we have these discussions, can we have a debate where no one mentions their nationality? Because this is about getting better democracy for the people of Cornwall, full stop. Yeah. However, saying that, we do have a strong position in terms of the Framework Convention that Cornwall is recognised, the Cornish historically and national minority status. We are a special case based on that. The government has international obligations. We need to keep banging that drum as we have for 10 years, because that hopefully will be something that will lead to the government changing its position. And part of this motion...
30 seconds.
Thank you. And the last bit of this motion talks about a cross-party delegation to London. So hopefully you'll support this overwhelmingly. And when we write to the government, we can all say, we're free on St. Piran's Day, we're happy to pop up and see you, celebrate Cornish culture and talk to you about democracy. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Cole, thank you. So we're just about to open the vote, and the recommendations are set out on page 75 before you. No amendments, and I can confirm that the voting system that we now have will pick up the recorded vote automatically, and that will be published in the minutes. So the vote is now open. Please vote for, abstain, or against, please.
Couple more seconds. Vote closed.
Thank you all, and the results are 56 for, 4 against, and 11 abstentions. That's carried. Councillor Taylor, can you just turn your microphone off, please? Thank you. Agenda item number 10, questions from members to members of the Cabinet. If you're going to leave, members, can you please leave quietly? That's my ask of you. Thank you. Members will be aware that Council agreed that a period of 60 minutes be allocated for questions from members to the Cabinet. Members are not required to give advance notice of their questions. Please raise your hand if you have a question that you wish to ask, and Councillor Wells can make a note of your name. Please keep your hand up so that Councillor Wells can capture everyone's names. And from personal experience, the longer you keep them up, the better chance you've got of asking your question. Each member must identify which Cabinet member their question is for, and they will be able to ask one supplementary question based on the original question or the response. In accordance with the Council's decision in January 2023 on supplementary questions, any member wishing to put one will have 30 seconds to do so. Questions should relate to the duties of the Council and the specific remits of Cabinet portfolios. I would ask that questions and responses are kept as brief as possible so that as many members as possible have the opportunity to ask their questions. And I would appreciate if, as far as possible, members would refrain from asking parochial questions, as these can be dealt with more appropriately outside of the meeting. Any questions that cannot be dealt with during the 60 minutes can, of course, be raised with Cabinet members outside of the meeting. Councillor Donathorne, please.
Just point of order. I have to leave at 4:30, just so when I do leave at that time, I've got to go and have another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donathorne. First question, Councillor Long, please.
Excellent. Thank you very much. This was a question for Councillor Gardner, but I see he's not here, so it's probably for Councillor Taylor, the leader, if that's possible. This is regarding superfast broadband rollout in Cornwall. I've got an increasing number of residents who are very concerned about being denied the chance to have superfast broadband by companies who are refusing to connect to their properties. One street in my division has 17 residents, all of which have been denied the right, with the company quoting a mythical Section 58 highways notice that prevents the road being dug up. A highways notice that doesn't actually exist. Others have had work done to their doors, but they're not connected because they say it's not economically viable. I was wondering if it's possible for the portfolio holder, but maybe through you, Councillor Taylor, if we could investigate what is happening here, because there are a number of people who are just not getting broadband to their properties now. Thank you.
Councillor Long, I think you know I don't have the answer for you, but thank you for that. But I will absolutely make sure that Councillor Gardner does hear your question, and I think it doesn't sound good. You know, everybody should have that right to be able to access. So we'll come back to you. Is that okay? Thank you.
That's great, and no additional question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Long. Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor Harris. As we know, we are facing an over £5 million shortfall on what we expected for government. And my question is, can you assure me and the people of Cornwall that you will be taking that from the £10 million allocated to go into reserves rather than cutting further services?
Councillor Harris.
I will not give you any reassurance on that, because it's based on how the budget turns out. The shortfall isn't 5.2 million, it's about 6.2 million pound. The 5.2 million you refer to, and that I was referring to a couple of months ago, or 4 weeks ago or something, was the shortfall of what the government have actually said they're going to give us over what the total figures in the provisional settlement were. The extra £1 million is absolutely monstrous. This government said in its autumn statement they would put national insurance up by whatever, and then they categorically stated they would cover all the costs falling on councils. Officers are now telling me that the way the government are working it out, we are going to be something like £1 million short. So it's £6.2 million. Councillor Frost, I can't give you that promise because that transfer to reserve of £10 million, if I remember rightly, and I'm pretty sure I do, £5 million was a piece of prudent reserving in that the gross figure we expect from the second homes premium is about £23 million. But it's the first year we've done it, so we're being careful and putting £5 million away. The other £5 million was to top up the hole created in the general fund reserve by needing to top up the housing revenue account. So it may be that in the end we do have to take some of it from there, but I cannot give you that commitment now. It would be wrong to give you that commitment, but I hope I've explained where we are.
Councillor Harris, thank you. Councillor Frost, do you have a supplementary? Thank you very much. Councillor Mustoe.
Thank you, Chair. A question for Councillor Donathorne. Given the recent cold weather that we've had over the last week or so, can you provide an update on what provision is being made for the icy weather conditions, and how does our authority prioritise which roads get gritted, please?
Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Councillor Mustoe. So the revenue budget currently is levelled with the service over the last 3 years of, I think, just under 2 million, but I'll provide that specific figure in writing. In terms of the kind of prioritisation that we give, we do have a precautionary salting network policy that I can provide a link to you and other members if that would be useful, that explains the prioritisation of the roads, and that kind of takes into consideration things like, you know, the most heavily trafficked roads across the Duchy based upon the maintenance hierarchy that exists. So very, very happy to provide that, you know, with a bit of context and a few links so all councillors can have a look at that, because obviously it is a very cold period of time, and I'd like to take this opportunity once again to place on record my thanks, and I think behalf of the whole council, for the teams that go in, day out, to do what they can to make our roads as safe as they possibly can.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Mustoe?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the detailed response, Councillor Donathorne. Would he join me in welcoming the naming of Cornwall's Gritters by our public as a fun and positive way to drive up engagement in council services? And I speak, of course, of the absolutely stonking Meva Gritty, which currently prowls the highways in our area on cold days.
Councillor Donathorne.
Very happy to. I think if there was ever to be a legacy of Councillor Richard Williams Pears on transport, then that would be it.
Thank you both. Councillor Barnes.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. My question is to the Leader of the Council, and the question is the Leader prepared to accept the recommendations from the inquiry into Newquay Airport when it reports?
Leader?
Councillor Barnes, I love your questions to me because I have to think for a couple of seconds to actually understand what you're asking me, but this one's quite straightforward. I don't know what those recommendations are, so it would be foolish of me to agree to something that I have not seen sight of.
Councillor Barnes.
Well, most people would answer a question with a yes or a no. I understand it's going to be hard to comment on something like that, but you don't really need to know what the report is. It's a question that, are you prepared to accept that the structure is in place, and when that report comes back, are you prepared to back that structure?
Leader?
Absolutely happy to come back. I don't comment on something that I've actually not seen, not read, not understood. So until such time, I will quite sensibly keep my opinions to myself, and then we'll have an engaged discussion with Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fitter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question was for Councillor Gardner. It's relating to Newquay Airport. I suspect that Councillor Harris will probably know the answer, as it's quite an important question that affects finance. In a briefing to Newquay Town Council by Councillor Gardner that took place in August, Councillor Gardner made the comment, our spaceport had already got an MOU round and you would call a space tourism with aerospace. Around that, and as separate, I will say now that we are very, very close now to announcing a new contract for launch with a new partner, a household name. I wonder if you could give us any news on that announcement, please. Thank you.
Leader?
Councillor Fitter, thank you for your question. And Councillor Gardner had to go because of a previous commitment, but I know he would have absolutely welcomed being able to answer your question. Obviously, I was not at that meeting, so with your indulgence, we will speak to Councillor Gardner tomorrow and get a response for you because he was there and he actually knows what he was referring to. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I come back?
Yep, Councillor Fitter, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you very much indeed, Leader. Would you please ensure that that response is sent to all members of the Council? Thank you.
I don't see why not, Councillor Fitter. It was a question in an open forum, so that will be the case. Thank you.
Councillor Rogerson.
Thank you and congratulations on your chairing, Chair. My question is to Councillor Mould, please, and I'd like to know something about the policy around the uncollected black bags, which are perfectly accurately left. It's not rocket science, but I have some situations now developing in Bodmin where sacks are being left because they're not in the right containers and building up. So I have one family and a group of residents who are suffering from, at the last count in 2 weeks, 27 bags of rubbish. So the residents have asked me, is there some intention that we become the latest landfill site? In the same street, somebody who does recycle regularly and does it properly, and his stuff was removed. They then chose to leave the uncollected ones from neighbours ranged along his wall, so he's not best pleased either. So I wondered this must be happening elsewhere as well. That's just 2 examples in the same road. And I just wondered what the policy is, because they're rightly leaving them, but what happens next?
Sorry, Councillor.
Councillor Mole.
Awful lot of heavy people walking up the ramp. Sorry, am I clear that you're talking about a black bag that's been left by a black bin? But from a particular house, or... Okay, so the policy is that the bins, for the first 5 or 6 weeks, they will come along, and if there is an extra black bag by a bin, they will have picked it up. We are now beginning to tag bags. If there is residual waste beside the black bin or not in the bin or whatever, it is tagged, and it is left to say this is, should be in the bins, not collected. That then gets reported back. What should happen then is if that continues and we've still got that situation, somebody contacts the householder or goes around with a crew to inspect what is happening, knocks on the door if we can find out which household it is, try and find out why that issue is and resolve it if we can, and keep doing that. The absolute last resort is we do not want to start prosecuting people for waste. We don't want to do that. So that is the process. If you are saying there are 10 bags of rubbish abandoned somewhere on the end of a street, maybe 27, we need to understand where they have come from. One household, so if we know which household, I need to have that name and address, please, so that we can actually go knock on the door, find out what's happening, and deal with it. That is in the first instance. If you could forward me that information, and the team would be very happy to follow that up. But it's not been collected either, so there must be a reason why it's not been collected. But if you can just email me that information, I will deal with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rogerson. Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you. I'm grateful for that, because obviously I understood that.
Microphone. Just move it over. There you go.
I understand that, but you already mentioned then in your answer a process of about 5 or 6 weeks, and because this family isn't recycling, then there is going to be other contaminatable waste within those, and they won't be able to afford. And it sounds parochial, but that's 2 occasions in one road, so I'm aware that they're not probably alone in the length of time that bags may be left. But they're right to do it, but I'm wondering about the consequences, so thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mould, anything further to add?
Yeah, I mean, we cannot leave that situation left like that. It needs to be followed up, and I'll make sure that it is.
Thank you. Members, just a small plea from me. We're getting a little bit close to quorum numbers. We're fine for the minute, but we've got 6 speakers left, so perhaps we could just all stay here just for the next 10, 15 minutes or so. Councillor Sawnby, please.
Yes, thank you. It's a question for Councillor Mould, please. I'm getting complaints from residents in Falmouth where people who had wheelie bins are now getting seagull bags, and those who had seagull bags are now getting wheelie bins, which many are very unhappy about. Those who have had their substantially built wheelie bins can no longer use them, and is being replaced with a very lightweight, flimsy bin, which will most probably end up in Penryn when the wind is blowing quite strong. Why can't they use their own wheelie bins? And what is being done that residents get the waste container that is correct for them? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mould.
Oh, I think there are 2 or 3 questions there. So the size of the bin is the size of the bin, because the whole idea of this new rollout is that everybody recycles more and not encouraged to put more unrecyclable waste in the bin. So the one bin is one size. Every house should have been assessed as to whether they have a wheelie bin or a seagull sack, depending on storage. That is not to say they cannot go back to the waste team and ask for a change of container use if they so wish. That is done through have I answered everything? Was there one other thing? And are they flimsy? Well, I have to say that mine actually blew over the other day, and I put a brick in the bottom. But having said that, that maybe make the weight a bit heavier. But generally, once they've got a bag in them, they are substantial. But they are what they are. It's the standard issue, I'm afraid. But the size, there is no change for the size. And if there is waste in a bin that is not that black bin, it will not be collected. So I do urge everybody where they can. And if they are having problems with amount of waste they can put in it, there's too much, go back to the waste team, explain what the issue is. They will come out, they will talk to you. They are very proactive. And so any issues you've got, please report them. The only thing I would say, I do sometimes people say, well, I've reported it and I've got this magic number and it doesn't seem. Sometimes these issues do take a little bit longer than others, but as from containment point of view, that is normally a quite straightforward process.
£5 to the Chairman's charity, please. Councillor Cruz. Councillor Sawnby, do you have a supplementary?
Yeah, I've got another question. It has been noted by myself that a company from Great Yarmouth, Norfolk, has been contracted to deliver the wheelie bins, etc., bringing down their own trucks. Surely there must have been local companies that have been contracted to do the same job.
Councillor Mould.
Waste of money to me.
I'm not sure that actually it may have been cheaper. I can go back and find exactly what that is, but it's not always the case that just because somebody comes outside of the county, they're not cheaper than somebody in Cornwall. So I will follow that up, but I do take your point, and I will follow it up for you and get a written reply.
Okay, it just seems a very, very long way to go.
Thank you, Councillor Sawnby. Councillor Jenkins, please.
Thank you. This is a question for Councillor Harris and Councillor Ellenbrook. We had, as a standards working group, looked at the issue for the shortfall in dealing with ECHP and SEND, and what was going to move forward with that. And I'm unclear about whether any of the issues that were raised with you have been considered and incorporated into the budget in terms of the shortfall funding, whether there has been consideration of that. And I'll be happy, and I think the working group will be happy to sit down with you and go through that in more detail at some point.
Councillor Ellenbrook, and if needed, we'll go to Councillor Harris. Councillor Ellenbrook first. Thanks.
Thank you.
It was considered, I believe, at an overview and scrutiny committee. I don't think I'm making that up. The chairman's not here, and Councillor Rogerson may or may not remember. But the point about it is, in terms of cash, we have all of us with our budgets being told that we need a cash flat budget. So what I'm saying to you is there isn't actually any more money that can be spent on that. One of our major problems, as I think everybody knows, is that our funding for Cornwall, for children's services in Cornwall is not particularly good, which is a national issue. I don't know whether if somebody's pointing at... oh, Dave, missed that.
Councillor Harris.
There is an extra £1.2 million going in to support dealing with EHCPs.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins, do you have a supplementary?
Are we aware of what the government external funding, whether there's going to be any additional funding coming through again yet?
No.
Councillor Ellenbrook.
No, there's nothing that we've been told yet. I mean, there is stuff going through government at the moment with special educational needs, and there's a children's wellbeing bill as well, so it is all kind of tied up with that. But as far as I'm aware, there is no extra national funding coming through yet. But, you know, I have to say one of the things we have been able to do with the delivering better value funding is we have started to actually eat into the problems that we were having with ECHP. So I think if you looked now at the figures, they are better than they were. They're not good, but they're better than they were. So we're doing our level best with a limited resource.
For clarity,
anything further to add, Councillor Harris?
The delivering better value money, which was funding the extra activity, which was due to finish in March, is that being either mainstreamed or replaced, or are we going to go back to where we were?
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Councillor Harris?
That money you referred to is part of the 1.2 million.
Thank you very much. Councillor German.
Thank you, Chairman. Question for Councillor Monk. As we've discussed earlier, housing crisis in Cornwall. So can Councillor Monk please tell me how much did Cornwall Council bid for from government funding through the Local Authority Housing Fund round 3? Expressions of interest closed on Friday. Thank you.
Councillor Monk.
I can't off the top of my head, but I'm more than happy to get him a written response.
Councillor German.
We're in a housing crisis. There's hundreds of millions of government funding available. Capital bids need to go through portfolio holders to be signed off for the part of the process of ensuring that we're not bidding for capital that we can't then deliver. So you don't know how much we bid for?
Councillor Monk.
No, not off the top of my head. I know we bid for numerous funding sources from governments, be it the Rough Sleeper programme, affordable homes programmes. There's a lot of those, and rather than give you an erroneous answer, I'd rather give you a written answer.
Thank you, Councillor Monk. Councillor Nolan.
Thank you, Chair. For Councillor Donathorne. Councillor Donathorne, it's several years since we had a review of the residents' parking in Truro, and I've been slowly bringing forward a couple of sites I want to. I've been patient. I'm happy to be patient because I know it's a lengthy and expensive sort of process, and officers are not that keen on it. I see you've had an email from a couple of residents saying that they were talking to officers as well, and they've got sort of bogged down and not getting anywhere and complaining generally. Can I ask, as part of your response to them, that you talk to local members, including Councillor Tudor out at 3 Milestone, who's also got an issue, about how we might bring forward some residents' parking schemes that are sort of bogged down at the moment?
Thank you, Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Councillor Nolan. And yes, I'm aware that the team have been working with a couple of Truro residents. Are they within your division? Or yeah, okay. So the team have met. I think discussions with these residents first took place in 2022. I know there was a meeting fairly recently where there were some changes made quite quickly. I appreciate that the residents aren't perfectly satisfied with the changes that were made. I have got a meeting scheduled in with the parking team to discuss this. Obviously, I believe from memory that the policy approach is that residents' parking schemes often sometimes cause more trouble than what they solve, because actually it just pushes the problem to another street, and therefore we might end up with every street with a residents' parking permit, which obviously then impacts other people. So it's not an easy solution, but I will have that meeting, and I'm very happy to come back to you following that meeting with the parking team, should there be any substantive changes.
Thank you. Councillor Nolan, do you have a supplementary?
Well, I'll just say one of the areas is affected by the hospital, and I think Councillor Tudors is affected by the college. So they are needed where they're needed, and we just need to discuss them.
Thank you. Councillor Donathorne, any further to add?
Yes, so a couple of the quick changes that were made to the scheme, if we are talking about the same residents, because obviously we're not going to share names in this public forum, but I do know that some healthcare permits to park in residence zone, I believe, were requested, and I believe that some of those changes were implemented. So I will go away and discuss this with the team, as I have said, but from recollection, I believe that some of those changes that were requested were made. Is it enough? I suppose that will be different depending on the perspective that you have.
I'll just say there's no need to be shy. They've shared the email all over social media, so
thank you.
You all know who they are.
Thank you both. Councillor Candy.
Thank you, Chair, and well chaired today. And I would like to just take this opportunity to thank Matthew Stokes for the way that he allowed the peaceful protest to go ahead today, because as I believe in democracy and that people ought to be able to let their voices be heard. I will come on to my question. I've been aware that a cabinet decision was made to release up to 2,000 assets in order to save funding. I was astonished to find that 25 car parks were part of that. The consultation, I believe, has now ended. At what part of the process does this decision on the car parks come back to any of the scrutiny, or does it come back to where does it go now? Is my question. I understand I'm a newbie, don't know all the rules, so I'm asking the question.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Candy. Any takers from the Cabinet for that question, please? No.
Yeah, sorry, and it's not quite my area, but I think I know the answer anyway. Your question was, after we've consulted and taken decisions, does it come back to scrutiny? The answer is no.
Councillor Candy, do you have a supplementary?
So that's it then. So the decision is made, and despite the protests which people have been may have made during the consultations, there is an override button, I presume.
Councillor Harris.
All comments made have been listened to during the consultation. That's why there are consultations. But no, decisions have been taken.
Thank you. We've got one final question, and we're also one away from not being quorum anymore. So can you please just stay while we hear out Councillor Mike Thomas's question, please? Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm very grateful for everyone staying behind. Thank you very much. Stay there. This is a quick question to Carol Mould. Thank you very much, Councillor Mould, for your assistance recently over a number of issues. This is a general question following on from Councillor Rogerson and Councillor Thornby's regarding wheelie bins, so it's very basic. I'm interested in how we came to the figure of 5 people living in a house being the maximum for a wheelie bin. I'm getting residents who are getting over the top in terms of their refuse, and they would like to use the black sacks. to be picked up, just like you referenced earlier. Is it possible that households that are at 5 could be given special dispensation, or could it be the case that where they have got space for another wheelie bin, there could be a designated general wheelie bin, so it keeps the stuff off the road, and people who are allowed to have black bags could use that particular extra wheelie bin? This is a genuine request. There are people who are struggling each week to make sure that they are filling their wheelie bin effectively.
Councillor Mould.
Thank you. Yes, if a request is made to the waste team, they will go and reassess. And I think it's a little bit like going to school, really. Somebody will go out and they will make sure, because the size of the bin was, my understanding is, we worked out over time, as you know, very often we have a black bin, we take out what's in there, what's recyclable, what could go to food waste, how much is left in the bag, and it's about a third. But we do understand that sometimes people struggle. So in the first instance, if a request is made, somebody will go out, make a visit, and actually understand what the problem is. And yes, if there is an issue that they really cannot cope with and it does need more, they will give you an extra bin. So it's not a straight no, but on the other hand, it's not a case of I need another wheelie bin, so bring me one. There is a process between the two about having a conversation around why you need one. And it really is, and it sounds a bit sort of big brotherish, but it really is trying to make sure that people are doing everything they can around recycling and food waste before we go into more residual waste collection.
Thank you very much. No, let's go home.
Thank you all. The time is 4:26. That brings an end to today's business. Can I just say quickly that today is Matt's last time at the front with us before he retires. So thank you for all of his hard work, but also for his 40 years of service to Cornwall Council. So thank you, Matt. Thank you all to members for their attendance today, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Safe journey home. Thanks all.